City of Northglenn, Channel 8, keeping you informed of events in your community.
Session meeting of July the 22nd, 2019 to order. Joanne, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Escabel?
Here.
Councilmember Sowers?
Here.
Councilmember Leidy?
Here.
Councilmember Downing?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Whitman?
Here.
Councilmember Duran-Mullica? Here. Councilmember Wilford?
Here.
Okay, first item on the agenda is the appointment to fill Ward 4 City Council vacancy. Heather City Manager Gar, would you introduce the item, please?
Certainly, Mayor Escabel. This item is before City Council this evening because, as you recall, we have a deadline of July 24th, which is Wednesday, for Council to make the appointment to fill the Ward 4 vacancy. So our City Clerk, Joanna Small, has included a summary of the steps taken to date on this item. Last week, Council interviewed 15 applicants for this vacancy, and this evening, the goal is for Council to reach consensus on who to make the appointment to this evening. So an appointment is slated on the regular Council agenda, and with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So this is our opportunity to obtain input from all of you, and hopefully we could come to a conclusion or a consensus on who the finalist is, but if not, then the top two finalists. If we have three finalists, then I think we should probably just drop the third person and discuss the top two. Hopefully we can come to an agreement on who is number one. So, I'm sorry?
Do we have our scribble notes from last week on where we were?
Either over
Get your
there.
notebook out, Corey.
Corey has his notes, and I have these notes.
They're also listed in the staff memo in case.
Yes, thank you.
So because Councilmember Sowers and Councilmember Lighting were not here last week and didn't get a chance to weigh in on this particular sheet, I would like to have the both of you tell us what you think. Who would you put in that group?
So I had the opportunity to meet with Heather this week, and as I went through and watched them, my consensus was the five were the same. I understood why different names were floating to the top. This is really interesting to see. I tended to favor Lauren. But I guess I just wanted to start by saying it was amazing that we had that much participation. And I thought they all did a really good job. So I was kind of blown away by the whole process.
The quality of people that are coming out
yeah,
is just phenomenal.
amazing.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
I had something similar, but the top three that I had chose was Paul, Yesenia, and Lauren. It's been tough between Yesenia and Lauren. One other question I'd like to see, maybe towards the end, whoever we decide, is just kind of the five, how did they hear about this vacancy? Was it the news? Or what media source they heard it from might be helpful. This is helpful to have this list.
Meredith, did you reach any kind of conclusion on any of the five?
Like I said, Lauren was my favorite, but I understood why the top five names were the top five. That I think was pretty clear. I don't know. Lauren just stood out to me, but I don't, looking at some of the other names, I like Michael as well, so I would say Lauren.
Okay. So, that being the case, if nothing else has changed, have you changed your mind on any of your choices?
Not yet.
How about you?
No, sir.
Marcy, have you changed your mind on any of that?
I'm not.
Julie?
No.
Okay, so that being the case, then if the two of you are weighing in for Lauren, that brings Lauren to 5, drops Yesenia out, and drops Terry out.
The thing is, Lauren to 5?
4, I'm sorry. So we have 4, well, it drops Michael out. We have 5, 4, 4.
Right.
Okay, so,
Oh, I see now. Okay.
Okay.
I was lost for a minute.
I was like, I'm lost. It's hard.
Okay, so now, I'm just sorry, I have to catch up on this chart, so.
So Paul, Terry, or Lauren?
So those points at the bottom are how many times the name appeared. Oh, I got it. Well, then would it make sense for Jordan and I to put all of our top 2 or 3 up there?
Yeah.
Sure.
Looks like
Makes sense,
Joyce and, should we all put our top 3? Like Joyce and Julie only have 2?
Some
Yeah.
people didn't have to.
Yeah, we just,
okay.
there were just some that, yes. The request was for 3 or 5, or however the process
Got
went.
it. Okay.
But for me, I've narrowed
So
it down
if
to
I-
2, so that's what they put up there.
Jordan?
Okay.
So if I had 1 for Lauren, and I also mentioned Yesenia, that would be 1, 1, so you'd have Yesenia plus 1, correct? So she'd be 3, even though she'd be knocked out, is that
Oh, well,
correct?
then let me be more
Right.
clear about my top 3.
Antonio?
Jenny?
Thanks. So I think I shared with you all via email that I did reach out to the top 4 and meet with them. And so my top 3 did actually change. And in no particular order, they were Lauren, Paul, and Mike.
Knocked off. Oh, boy. Okay.
I'm sorry, I think I missed one for you.
Yeah, I'm confused.
It was Lauren, Paul, and who was the other one?
Michael.
Michael.
Well, I had Lauren, Michael, and Yesenia. So how do we?
Start over. Should we just start over?
Yeah.
And everybody get their top 3? Okay, everyone has to give a top 3. Do you have a top 3, Joyce?
No, still got the 2, Terry and Michael.
And mine has, I mean.
Because I could do a top 3. Maybe we should just do a top 3.
Okay, so let's get back to where we
But
were.
if Jenny was the only one that changed and we added in their suggestions, why are we redoing it again? I'm sorry, I just need to understand. what we're gonna
Because
be
we
doing.
can't figure out the points.
Okay, when we narrowed these down on Monday night, we narrowed it down to Michael having 3 votes, or points, you want to call them that. Paul having 5, Terry having, at that time, 4, Lauren having 2, and Yesenia having 2. Now, if Meredith and Jordan are both putting their energy behind Lauren, then that moves Lauren to 4. That doesn't move anybody else anyplace else.
But Yesenia would bump up because she still would need a point based off of one of mine.
She would have been on your list on the side,
Right. She
not
didn't
on
have
the
to-
tally. If you,
I'm confused.
if,
I am too.
Do we have, we're still talking about the same 5 people, yeah?
we can still talk about the same 5. I was just trying to get it down to 3.
Can we like, I don't know, somehow
We just write it out
start
so it's
over
cleaner.
with 5 people?
Start over with
I
5
don't
people.
want to go back to 5 because I don't remember who the 2 were that I left out.
If
No,
you could
I just
list
mean,
the 5 here,
can we
though.
somehow do a process with these 5 names?
Yes, we can work with, why don't you take and just put the 5 names, Heather, up, and forget about that, those little blocks with all the other people then, because most of them didn't make the. Okay, so according to Monday's meeting, we had Michael with, What was that, 3 or 4? Corey?
I think
Should we just
start
revote?
over.
Can we just
Yeah,
go around?
Let's just
Yeah.
revote.
Let's just start over. I think going back to that last part.
And then that way it's just,
Okay, so
Can we
Michael
each-
had 3.
Can we each rank them
Yeah. That's fine.
and see how many points they get that way?
So you want to weight it? Is that what
Yeah.
you're asking?
I was thinking similar to what we did with the
It is
residential.
entirely up to council how you do this.
I don't want to go back and recreate the wheel. I don't think we need to weight them. I think the way that we did it last week where we had the, stick figures is the same thing. It's basically weighting
Right,
them.
right.
Who liked who more or what.
Had you been here last week, would your vote for Michael have changed? He had 3.
Yeah, see, looking at last week's chart does not help me.
Does not help you,
Let's
okay.
start over again. Can we
Let's
just
do it
start
over
with
again.
one side?
around.
Let's go, so Jordan, are you okay with starting? And
Yeah,
who are your top,
Well, no, Heather, I like those five.
of the 5?
That what you
Yeah.
had was fine. It's just the
Lauren and
5.
Yesenia is my 2 votes.
Leave the 5. Jordan?
Are we doing 2 votes or 3 votes?
Hold on, one at a time so we
I
can
know.
follow, please.
Joyce only has 2, so.
right.
So 2 votes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lauren and Yesenia.
Wait, so we're only doing 2 now?
Why can't you just give your 3? Joyce is the only one that doesn't have 2.
I
We
mean, I
did
think these are
3
the
for
ones that
everybody
I
else
like the
last
best,
week. Why
you
don't
know,
you just
so-
keep it what you did last week?
All right. Jordan, 3.
Lauren and Yesenia and Paul.
Oh, this is, okay.
It's easier.
I had Lauren, Yesenia, and Michael.
I had Michael and Terry.
Michael, Paul, and Terry.
I had Lauren, Yesenia, and
The yellow sheet have it by his name.
And Paul, you had Paul as your
Paul.
third.
Yes.
Okay.
Paul, Michael, and Terry.
I'm gonna do, Paul, Michael, and Lauren. Paul, Michael, and Lauren.
So Michael has 6, Paul has 6, Lauren has 5. So
The top 2.
those are your top 2 based on this exercise.
Okay, is council comfortable with eliminating Terry and Yesenia?
And Lauren, and just stick with the top 2. I thought we were going to bring them down to 2 and then move
Well-
on to it.
Well, right now, we're voting on 5, so if we vote on 3, those numbers will change.
Oh, yeah, well, then Lauren makes it up to 3.
Can I ask a question? This feels weird to me because we didn't weight it. So we just picked, they all have the same value of vote as opposed to, I kept going back to the process we used with the judge resume, where ranking them, I think we did it opposite of how my brain works, but whatever, 5 to 1, 1 to 5, whatever. But we put a weight to it, because I don't know that that represents,
I think it's kind of important to also remember that we have, 9, 10, 12. We have like 14 meetings left. So, I mean, I've kind of come to terms that I'm not going brain dead over this.
well, that
You
makes
know what I
sense.
mean?
I'm with you. This doesn't feel like it's representative of people's favorites.
But it is.
But it is.
I mean, they're the highest ranking in everybody's mind.
Well, no, Because like if I gave you 3 names,
Right?
whereas some people only gave 2, and my third choice dropped off. So if my third choice drops off, then you have a 5 instead of a 6. You have a
And-
6 and 2 5.
I agree. I hear what you're saying, right? We're
Yeah.
not prioritizing, like, this is my top choice. This is my second choice. This is my third choice. It's just sort of a, well, I have 3 votes and I can put them anywhere, but then we have someone, then we've got you, Joyce, who's like, well, I'm not gonna give 3 votes, right? So that's like more of a strategic thing
Then we can
too.
take a
So
vote.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, Meredith. It doesn't really feel like it's a total accurate picture.
Well, and the point of this exercise, originally from last Monday, was we just wanted to see if we could get a consensus on a group of people.
That's true.
And that was the point of that. And so it solves that point, but what you want is a different question. And so you want to see how people want to rank them as like, who's your number 1, who's your number 2, who's your number 3, right?
Yeah.
So that makes sense. So I could see how that process would work to narrow from 15 to 5.
Yeah.
But to make a final decision, I do this with staffing all the time. We prioritize them. You know, your favorite gets 5 points, your next favorite gets 4 points, the person with the most points. And it's actually a really interesting visual because if I have, say I give, you know, whatever candidate a 5, but somebody else gives them a 1, then you can kind of see how they truly are being favored or not by the group.
We could do that.
Do top 3, and then everyone gets one vote.
We could do top 2, everyone gets 2 votes. Or we could rank them 1 through 5.
I think we're already past.
I would do top 3.
Why can't we just
one vote.
do our top
Yeah.
candidate and see where the 8 of us like?
Or you want to do it, Mr. Mayor?
This is getting,
Well, I mean, that, to me, probably is the simplest, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel either.
Otherwise, we'll be here till 10 o'clock. Like,
Yeah. So, you're number 1, Jordan. Just pick one. Yeah, this worked.
Thank you, Heather, for your.
I would do Lauren.
I would do Lauren.
I would do Terry.
I would do Carrie.
Lauren.
Well, I'm going to be the unique one, and I'm going to say Paul.
Good for you.
He's my guy.
It was tough with those 3.
It was, yeah.
We're incredibly talented.
I'm gonna go Lauren.
Lauren 4, Terry 3, Paul 1.
And we need 5 votes in order to come to some form of consensus, or 5, well, I won't call them votes because they're not votes.
I don't think
But it'll take 5 to come to consensus.
Well, I guess I'm obviously the one who has to change their vote. My guy isn't gonna make it. I really liked Paul. I thought he was my guy. So, that's okay. So if I decide between Lauren and Terry, pardon me? Lauren.
I'm not sure, I don't remember.
I did really like Paul.
I don't think this was an easy process, but it is a process. And it's only for 100 and, I'm not counting anymore, but only for a little over 100 days. So, do we have consensus to move forward and adopt a resolution to appoint Lauren to the council seat?
I did say that I wasn't, I'm not gonna fight it or whatever, but I really would like to ask the members that voted for Lauren if they wouldn't mind sharing what made her above and beyond Paul or Terry or anybody else. Because I didn't see it, so I think it's legitimate.
I would say for me, honestly, I didn't see a ton of people above and beyond. I saw a lot of really solid candidates or applicants. That was my takeaway, is that it was really interesting to have that many people interested. I didn't think we were gonna get that. So that was my biggest takeaway. I think part of it was, I don't know, just a personality sense. Just connected with her a little bit more. There was a tone to her answers. But I wouldn't say, I mean, to me, it was a tough, to have to pick one was hard because they were similar qualified. So I don't, and I'm, the whole time, Becky, I've been with you, is that I think could be overthinking it a smidge for such a small window.
Yeah, I think it's,
And so I thought that was hard.
yeah, it's a really small window. I agree with you 100%. I was just wondering, at the end of the day, the residents in Ward 4 are going to choose who it is. I would like to personally see that we have another man on the city council. I think that our residents, the ones that I spoke to over this last course of the week, would really like to see us get another man on the city council. It's kind of like reverse. Usually people are screaming for women to be on boards and things like this, but I'm hearing the exact opposite. But that's Ward 4.
And we'll see what the voters decide in November.
Mhm.
Nothing to do with any of us.
Yeah, no, not at all.
No.
I didn't look at it like gender at all.
I just think that there's, use another standing Antonio to keep us all sane. But whatever you guys want to do, I'm so there with you.
Okay. Can we move on to B? That is the potential ballot question, gender neutral city charter. City Manager Guy, would you introduce the,
Yes, thank you,
Item.
Mayor Escabel. It was requested that we bring this item for council discussion and consideration of placing a potential ballot question regarding current city charter language to a gender-neutral form. So we've prepared a memo. Our city attorney has prepared potential ballot language for council's consideration.
okay? Discussion? Jenny, start with you.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I didn't raise my hand,
Let's go over here.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, I can start. I
I'm
don't mind
happy,
starting.
I'm happy to start.
Okay.
I'm glad to see this come forward. I think that it is something that should absolutely be on our ballot because I think as we look at all of our city documents, everything says councilman, and the face of governance has changed, and I think that that should be reflected in our documents. documents across the city, and I think that residents, regardless of how they identify gender-wise, should be able to see themselves in our documents. So I'm a big supporter.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Why does this have to go to the ballot?
Because it's an amendment to our charter.
So even though we're just changing,
You cannot amend, the charter is the city's constitution. You cannot amend the city's constitution
so
without a vote
even
of
if
the
you want to
people.
add a comma somewhere, you could.
Correct.
Actually, I do have one more question. So I asked this question of Heather and Corey, and I'm going to share it with council so that you all have the same information. So the city of Broomfield, I believe, city and county of Broomfield passed this, passed a gender-neutral charter language change, I believe in
2018.
2018. And so I asked Corey and Heather if this language was the same of theirs as what Broomfield passed, and the answer, I believe, was yes, right?
Slightly modified. Broomfield put in the question their goal to, quote, modernize as the reason for making it gender neutral. I did not include that language. I thought that watered down the question, and the goal is to have the question say what it's going to do. So I took out the language to modernize, but otherwise it's the exact same language.
Okay. The only concern that I have about this language, and maybe I'm overthinking this as well, but I wonder if every resident truly understands what gender neutral means, and if there's some leeway to add, to provide an example, like council man will be changed to council person, and mayor will be changed to he, she, or they, or like, is that too prescriptive?
We could, it might make the language a little more, it'll certainly make it longer. My suggestion would be to do a fact sheet that tells the voters exactly what it's going to do rather than putting it in the question.
And where does that fact sheet go? Is that go in the blue book or the pink book or whatever?
It would go
where it is?
online and be available to voters as, you know, this is what the ballot question does.
And also be in the blue book, right?
There's no blue book on this
Oh.
election for,
Okay.
There's no blue book.
Okay, that's all for me. Thanks.
Julie?
Final question. So it's gonna cost approximately $20,000 to put this ballot on? Is that what it says here? Regularly scheduled will cost the city approximately $20,000?
That's
Isn't
the
it?
estimated cost of the election regardless. We're going to have
Oh,
a
okay.
regular election anyhow, so.
Okay, so it doesn't, it's no additional cost. is
It's
there?
not an additional
Okay,
cost, no.
awesome.
Can I ask a question? Are there any other areas of the charter that we need to address? Where they're calling out male or female instead of,
it is throughout the charter that it references the male as opposed to being gender neutral. So it would be, if the ballot question is passed, it would be
Amazing.
throughout the entire document.
okay. So then the ballot question and the response and everything just shouldn't be about mayor and council, right? Are we wording it so that it takes into effect anything else in there?
Yes,
Or does it
most of
only
the,
get-
most of the gender-specific references refer to the mayor and council because it's the charter, but it would be throughout.
Marcy, you want to weigh in?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, I favor it because I think it's an era that we live in, and at one time it was a male-dominated world. It's no longer that way, so I prefer gender neutral.
Fine with me.
Great.
Meredith?
Sure.
Gordon? Okay.
We'll bring this item back for council's approval at the August 12th council meeting.
Okay, item C, 50th anniversary celebration plan update. Heather Grady. City Manager Gar, would you introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Escabel. Grady and I are going to tag team this item. Some questions came up during my performance review about where we're at with the 50th anniversary celebration. And so I thought what I'd do is walk you through what's been done to date, what we've executed on, including some notes about, we went into this celebratory year with a vision of certain things and how they were initially envisioned. for the most part, really the majority of events have been well executed. We have run into a few different obstacles or challenges along the way. So to start off, as you recall, when I brought Heather Grady on board, I asked her to assess where we were at with the 50th anniversary planning, given the transition that was underway with the communications manager position. And Heather stepped into that role. She identified 4 guiding principles, which are to celebrate Northglenn, tap into existing city events with a 50th anniversary, what we refer to as a splash element, to make Northglenn shine, and then to incorporate as many members of the community as possible throughout the year. So to date, we have developed the 50th anniversary logo, as you can see on page 1. Additionally, the police department created a police department challenge coin, and 103 of those challenge coins have been sold to date. We do have challenge coins available for sale. We also developed a commemorative police officer badge, and those have been distributed to officers. Additionally, we created 50th anniversary lapel pins. Each of you have received one of those pins. We've included these pins as part of the recognition for the 50th anniversary resident recognition program. Additionally, we'll be providing these pins at the signature Celebrate Northglenn event in September. We've also distributed a pin to every staff member that works here at the City of Northglenn with a nice thank you note. We produced drawstring backpacks. This was really geared towards the youth in our community, and we distributed those backpacks filled with fun goodies at the Arbor Day event, as well as different park and recreation summer programs. We produced 350 anniversary calendars, and that calendar was designed in-house thanks to the creativity of our staff. You see here that we do have a few available left at City Hall. In August, we're going to have a special insert in the Connection newsletter as a reminder, not an insert, rather a note, an advertisement, just to remind residents that those calendars are still available, and we'd be happy to mail them or have them come in and pick one up. Original owner plaque program is underway. This is a program of the Historic Preservation Commission in terms of recognizing, Councilmember Whitman?
It's not the Historic Preservation, it's the Community Foundation.
Okay, I apologize. I thought there was a partnership between the two, so I'll make that correction. And my understanding is that the Community Foundation, the initial pricing came in higher than expected, so they're working through the cost aspects of that. Is that correct, Councilmember Whitman?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything additional to add on that?
No.
Okay, my apologies for that mistake. We have a street sign retirement sales program, and that program is being led by Joe Brown, part of the CPAN organization, and proceeds for the sale of those street signs are going to benefit CPAN. And as far as I know, that program has had quite a bit of interest. There's been 20 signs sold to date as the point of when we submitted this memo on Friday. I think of note is that we are hearing different interesting stories that I included in the memo in terms of residents that have a connection to a particular street sign name, given a relative, and so forth. So that's been a fun, cool thing that's come out of that program. We're going to continue the street sign program until all of the street signs are retired, so this will go beyond the 50th anniversary year. We created the resident recognition program in February of this year. To date, 8 residents have been recognized as part of that program. 11 will be recognized this evening. 6 will be recognized at the August 26th meeting, and 4 are scheduled for September 9th. So this program has picked up in terms of the traction that we have, and given the different marketing steps we've taken. So a total of 31 submissions to date. The council did update the criteria just recently. And so given the program is underway and in my perspective is successful, we have had interest by council in the fall. I'll bring this topic back to you and have discussion about whether or not you want to continue some type of program like this leading into 2020 and beyond. Mingle with the Mayor at Periodic Brewing. That was an event held after the first of the year, and that really kicked off the city's 50th celebration. We had the calendars available and shared information on what was to come with the 50th celebration. The 50 years of photos, that was an event that was held on February 5th at the Senior Center. Residents brought old photos to share with city staff, and those photos were scanned, and we'll be utilizing those photos moving forward. I would say of many of the events we've had, this was probably one event that wasn't as heavily attended as we had hoped, but I think it still provided a really cool, unique way to interact with the city as part of our 50th celebration. The street banner program, as you recall, we came back to council with a plan to utilize street banners, and 60, correct, have been installed to date. This is one area of the 50th programming that we did run into an obstacle in that there were certain banner poles identified that we did not get approval from Xcel Energy, primarily wooden poles throughout the city. So the actual placement of the banners have changed slightly given the plan that Grady had showed you originally. But we did come up with 5 different designs that are throughout the city. And how many more do we have yet to? So there's 12 more banners that have yet to be placed. And then that'll complete that program. So again, going back to obstacles, challenges, there was more of a delay in getting the approval from Xcel, and that's something that, we couldn't really speed up that process because we're putting the equipment on their poles. We also needed to order the equipment and work out some logistics with purchasing the banners from the company. So we have planted 50 trees in celebration of the city's 50th anniversary, and those trees are signed with a nice little placard, and so you see those throughout the city. In addition, the Arbor Day celebration was hugely successful with over 450 elementary school students from Westview Elementary participating. They received the backpacks that I mentioned earlier, filled with notebooks, pencils, erasers, and then a seedling, correct? To plant a tree at home. And that was a really great event. Periodic Brewing, one of our local breweries here in Northglenn, created a 50th anniversary brew, which is a farmhouse ale to coincide with the history of farming in our area. Women's History in the Making on March 4th, we hosted Lieutenant General Laura Richardson at our D.L. Parsons Theater. Many of you attended that event. That event was really well received, and we picked up quite a bit of media attention, local media attention on that event. Channel 7, Fox 31 News, and actually had live coverage post-event, which is really exciting for this community. At the Food Truck Carnival, we had planned to do a selfie truck on Sunday, and as the memo indicates, they could not attend on the final day given that they were in a vehicular accident, so they couldn't make it up on Sunday, but on Saturday, the event featured the carving of an ice sculpture, and that was very successful, and the selfie truck was on Saturday? Okay, so it was just Sunday that the selfie truck couldn't make it. For Derby Days, the anniversary bike bells and drawstring backpacks were provided to participants. On June 5th, we hosted our Forged in Iron event to help kick off our summer concert series. This was also very successful. We received a lot of great feedback on this event. Again, many of you were there. More than 500 people attended this event and were able to take home their own special creation in celebration of the 50th anniversary. I didn't do so well myself creating my tile flag. Hopefully, many of you did a better job than me. I inverted everything. So then we had the mural unveiling at the 4th of July celebration on July 4th. And we've also received quite a bit of media attention for this event. And this mural is going to be long-lasting, moving us in to the next several years. And Chad Bolsinger is the artist for that mural. Transitioning now into upcoming events and additional elements outside of the March 25th update that we provided. I'm going to stop there real quick and see if there's any questions going back to what I've covered so far.
So there are 50 signs, banners?
60 total, 12 have yet to be installed.
I didn't see that. I've got to pay better attention. I didn't see the different,
Oh,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
That there were different patterns, that there were 4 different types. I'll pay more attention.
And they're staggered, so, every other, you should be able to see all 5 along Community Center Drive. And then do you want to cover this next step, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Looking ahead at what's yet to be in the rest of the 50th year. In the August connection, in 1971, August was the first issue of a city publication by the city of Northglenn. So we're doing a center spread in connection that highlights the history of that publication as a communications tool for the city, as well as everything that's been happening to date with regard to the 50th anniversary. And as City Manager Geyer mentioned, we say that you can come in and pick up a calendar if you'd like, as well as the 50th anniversary pins and promoting the coins that are still available for the public to come in and participate. Magic Fest, we will have, again, the selfie truck. It'll be a 50th theme, but with magic involved. I haven't seen the layout yet, but we'll see what that looks like for the folks to take home. And those are free for people who attend, so there's no charge for those. The city absorbs that cost. Also, it does say body painting, but we actually got some pricing on things, and it's going to be temporary tattoos with the 50th anniversary logo that people can take away, as well as some of the artists that are walking around will have them on them. So that's the splash element there. Pirate Fest looks a little different than when we first had come to you in March. But we are looking at building and entering a Pearl Max ship in that, as well as doing a 50th anniversary themed best historical representation, actually, of a pirate ship, I believe, is the designation for the prizing. And then we'll have 50th anniversary elements in the treasure hunt that's already existing. So if you've been to the event before, we'll have 50th anniversary themed elements there. The powwow is not necessarily a city event, but we are highlighting it in this month's connection as well, because it is the fifth anniversary of the event taking place at Stonehawker Farm. So we are doing a little historical perspective in connection on that, as well as doing some joint promotion of the event itself. Elks Club sign dedication is still slated for during the day. September 28th is going to be a very busy day for you all, and just be ready. Elks Club sign dedication, we're working on what the plaque will look like on the building outside. So that'll be placing a plaque on the building as the first building that was slated as the city hall. And then we'll do an unveiling and a very informal event around that with former council members being invited, you all, of course, and other dignitaries that would be invited. And we'll run that invitation list by you as well, just so you can see who that is and if we're missing anyone with regard to that. The puzzle, we have not yet been able to complete, but we are still working on that, and our goal is to have that available by that September 28th event. And as you can see, we'd like to sell that slightly above cost in order to do it as a bit of a fundraiser as well. The Celebrate Northglenn event, and I need some input from you. We reimagined that and refocused it based upon feedback from council in March, and instead of being 3 hours of talking heads, even though we weren't planning 3 hours of talking heads, this is where we need your engagement. So the idea is to have a video representing each of the 50 years, 50-year, 10-year span, each of the decades, sorry. Whew. And we'd like to have voiceovers from council in that. So we'd like to record those the last week of August. We're working on scripting now and have been for a little bit, as far as looking at the photos that we've received from residents in February, as well as other things that we have photos available historically for us, and putting those into a video to represent each of the decades. So again, that we'd request that you would record a voiceover with Summer at the end of August and incorporate that into the video. So it'd be images. We don't have much video of a lot of things, unfortunately, but we do have a ton of great photographs, and we have every Parks and Rec brochure that's ever been created. So we do have a lot of great visuals to incorporate into those. So if that is something you guys would want to be involved in, greatly appreciate that. And then there will be a video of all the 50th anniversary activities we've had to date. So highlighting all of the resident recognition winners, Arbor Day, everything that we have, as well as a booth for residents to walk in and record their own Northglenn story. So we'll have a recording booth as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I think you saw earlier, we do have video. The gentleman whose son was given the 2 streets that are named after him, I sent him a series of questions, and he actually recorded interviewing his grandfather about his experiences doing street work in Northglenn. So it's kind of neat. So that's that event on September 28th. We're finalizing kind of what we have as the initial invitation list. I think as we talked in March, the capacity is slightly limited, but because it's more of an open house style and the videos will be played on a loop, we'll insert a welcome video that will play on all screens throughout the evening, that it's not necessarily 350 people at one time. It'll be a rolling thing, so we can extend more invites. We just need to make sure we don't have more than that in the facility at that time. And I forgot to mention, we're looking at potential sponsorships or partnerships with organizations, because we'd like to have an individual grouping of seating, because I know that was a big concern for people to just sit and chat, that's reflective of the decade that's on the video. So like some beanbag chairs or a front porch setting, depending on what decade is being reflected on the video that people can gather around to watch. So that is that event. Safe Streets Halloween, the police department and the 50th anniversary are jointly bringing in all of the characters from Scooby-Doo, and the Scooby van will be here as well. As you can see, that's also the 50th anniversary of Scooby-Doo. So, and it's the 20th anniversary of Safe Streets Halloween. So it's kind of exciting. One of the things we had talked about in March as well is making sure we're not just celebrating 1969, but celebrating things that have happened throughout the past 50 years, not just one year. So we're working on that. Noel Northglenn, we're looking at, for the 50th anniversary, ornaments, having a graphic of all of the city logos that have existed around the, with snow, I think is what John's working on. Yeah, so that would be the ornament that we'll be handing out. Denver relocation guide, this was actually something that had been committed to, that we kind of restructured as we're moving forward. And in the fall, we'll do a highlight of all of the history of the city. It'll be an advertorial in print as well as online, and then we'll have an advertisement space on the right-hand screen of the Denver Relocation Guide as well that will rotate through, where we'll have historical images of the city. So we're working out those details now, but that's slated to begin in September and run through December. And then because we shifted backwards, the second one will be in the spring, and this kind of ties into the communications plan that you'll hear about in a little bit, but to highlight the things in Northglenn that people might not necessarily know about outside of this region. And the purpose of the Denver Relocation Guide, it goes out to any businesses that are looking to relocate here, any residents that have interest or potential residents for Colorado, for Denver that are looking to move here. So that's kind of a promotional piece for the city to highlight those things that are truly unique about the city. So that's what that piece is. And they allowed us to do 2 separate ones versus doing the same one in the fall and the spring, which was a generous concession on their part to do the 50th anniversary in 2019 and then to do the highlights of the community in spring of 2020.
One addition that we didn't include in the memorandum is that Debbie Tuttle, our Economic Development Manager, is working on the planning for our annual Business Appreciation Breakfast. And they are planning a moon landing theme for that event to coincide with our incorporation year. So again, I wanted to provide you with this overview about in terms of what's been accomplished to date. I think we've done a significant amount of work. I also want to get any feedback if there's something additional you would like to see through the remainder of the year. We'll need to take that into consideration and make sure we can execute on that. But I'm really proud of staff for all that they've done, and I think we've done a lot, and hopefully that as we move into this last half of the year, we'll see even greater participation from the community.
Julie?
I have a quick question about the Celebrate Northglenn event. It's going to be a ticketed event, and how much were you thinking the tickets would be?
Per council's direction in March, it would not be a sold ticketed event. It would be an RSVP ticketed event. So we would not sell tickets to the event, but we would need RSVPs because of our constraints on the number of folks we can have. So one of the things that we're seeing as we're compiling the list of invitees that we had spoken about months ago is that it's a rather extensive list. So presenting that to you, and in case we're missing someone, or if there's a group that doesn't necessarily need to be invited. And then we talked about opening up 100 tickets or 150 tickets or so to the general community at large to be able to RSVP in. So it's not just the invited guests, it's also community at large. And with that, again, we need RSVPs for that to make sure we don't exceed our capacity at the facility.
And is it possible that after the event or before or any time, that you could put those videos online for those who aren't able to attend?
The idea would be after the event to do that, not before, so that it's the sneak preview or sneak preview, if you will, at the event itself.
Thanks.
Meredith?
Do you have the date for the powwow?
Yeah.
September 13th.
Let me look.
I think it's
I'm sorry, I had it in my
I
head
can tell you
yesterday.
1 second.
September 13th, 14th?
Yeah, it's the same
Sorry,
weekend as
September 14 and 15.
Pirate Fest.
September,
14 and 15.
yeah, 14 and 15.
And there will be, let me speak about the proclamation. There will be a proclamation at City Council as well on the powwow. They will be coming in to perform during that proclamation as well and perform a blessing. So that'll be the City Council meeting of that week of the event.
Anybody else?
No, thanks for everything you guys done.
It's a lot of
All
work.
right.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I wanted to say, Communications Division is kind of leading these efforts, but this has been an all hands, all staff in helping, executing, and it's been a really collaborative process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather, this serves as a good reminder how busy staff, you and staff have been this year promoting our 50th anniversary. Time goes by so fast, and unless you have it in front of you with 8 pages, you say, when did we do all this stuff? Well, there's the documentation of all that we've done. And I thank you for a job well done.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I think we want to have or get consensus for the Celebrate Northglenn on the 28th. Do we have to? Julie?
Yeah.
Marcy? 28th consensus on the Celebrate Northglenn? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Say what?
Then, right.
I missed
Do you want me to drive?
It's a good week.
Yes, ready for
Item
the next
D,
item? Yes.
Communication update 1 of 2. Heather
Yes.
Grady. City
so-
Manager Gar, would you introduce the item?
Yes, we are gonna tag team, Geyer and Grady are gonna tag team this item. I'm gonna use Grady just not to confuse the public, given that both of our names are Heather. This is the first of what will be 2 updates to City Council. The reason there's going to be 2 is you have a working draft of our communications plan in front of you. And once we complete the strategic planning process at the end of August, Grady will wrap that all of that work into the communications plan and finalize that. So tonight's agenda is this. We are going to walk you through the shift that is underway with Grady's leadership here at the city of Northglenn and what we envision as that to continue moving forward with the hiring of the new communications position.
I can advance it if you think.
Is it turned on?
No support.
Is the remote control turned on, Grady? Okay,
No, sorry.
there you go.
User error. There we go.
We're going to provide you with an overview of the communications plan. Recommendations this evening also include my recommendation to upgrade the communications manager position to a communications director. So we will walk you through that recommendation. Grady's also going to walk you through the SWOT analysis that she conducted, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. That's a formula or approach that some of you may be familiar with that organizations undertake when they're assessing opportunities for improvement, the overall plan overview, and then next steps. So today's goals. The goals that we have for this evening are to provide you with the context of how we envision moving forward with the communications division, which will shift to a department. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. For me to gain your consensus on this vision and approach. As part of this shift, we're really trying to position communications in Northglenn from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. And Grady's going to dive more into what that looks like. But that's a common theme that I really want you to hear, and I hope that resonates with you because a lot of the work that Grady's been doing with staff is the daily prioritization, really assessing what requests we get on a daily basis, weekly basis, while also planning for those events and those activities on the horizon. And that's all a balancing act. And so we're going to walk you through what that looks like. And then overall, I'm hopeful that I can gain your consensus. And I believe we have a tremendous amount of momentum that exists today based on the work that she's done to date and continue that moving forward into the hiring of a new communications director. And with that, I will turn it over to her to walk you through the next few slides.
Good evening again. As we walk through this, there are a few themes you'll hear again and again. The proactive approach versus reactive is definitely one of those. If you look at where we've been as a communications division within the city, you can see it's been relatively simple but complex. An ask comes in and an action takes place. An ask comes in, an action takes place. And it's very much just do. And to the communications team at a level that is fairly exceptional most of the time. So that's one way to do business. The other way and where we're headed is to stop, pause, receive the ask or request, look at it and clarify what the objectives are. Why is this being asked? And what do you need to get out of this request from communications? If it's a request for a logo, if it's a request for a new event, if it's a request for an article and connection, is it just that, or what is the overall goal that you have for making this ask? And then actually creating the plan and building a plan, whether it's a public information campaign, whether it's a behavior change campaign, such as with recycling or driving people to compost. That's a different type of campaign. than just public information. So looking at what the needs are based upon the goals and creating a plan with the subject matter experts to make sure Communications Division has what we need to execute appropriately. Then we execute, then we measure the results based upon the objectives, and then we report back to whoever the requester was to make sure that, one, that we've reached the objectives, or if we haven't, we understand why or why not. And then oftentimes there are repeat requests from internal clients or external that are the same thing, not necessarily the exact same request, but then we have data from the monitoring and from the reporting back that we can then make decisions. Like maybe something didn't make sense to put in connection because it just wasn't the right place to be. Or maybe it only made sense on Facebook versus Twitter versus, so looking at those things, whether it's a word of mouth campaign, so incorporating all that together. And one thing, communications is a high priority for everyone. I think that comes across very clearly from council, from staff, from the residents. Being able to get information in a timely manner and the information that's needed in a manner you can digest it is extremely important. And I think, as Geyer said, sorry, I didn't want to call you Heather, is that the demands on the division have been pretty high. And when you're in ask and act mode, it's hard to break out, actually monitor, prioritize, and see what is most important and do those things first. And making it okay to say, not today, but let's talk about it, see where it fits in, and make sure we get you exactly what you need versus just doing, if that all makes sense. The other thing I want to push out on this slide is that there are already changes that we've been making internally. We're working on an internal communications request tool that's also a CRM that information technology has created for us, and it's actually going to be started testing tomorrow, so that not only do we have a request system where everything's tracked rather than just email, that it's actually a database that stores this information and the request form so that people know what communications needs in order to be effective. So that's where we're headed. Okay. Position reclassification, do you want me to hand this back to you?
Sure.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, I am recommending that we upgrade the communications manager position to a communications director. There's multiple reasons for this. I think it's been helpful having Grady here to provide an outside perspective based on her skills and years of experience, and to help provide feedback to me on what I really need in this position. This individual is a member of the leadership team that's comprised of my directors, the city clerk, the city attorney, and my economic development manager. Given the exposure and the level at which I need this individual to work at, it includes attending council meetings and study sessions. We're looking at upgrading the position requirements to a minimum of 8 to 10 years of local government experience. That can be a combination of experience, but I think having that experience requirement is something that's really critical to finding the right person to fill this position. It's about finding an individual that can come into this organization and learn the organization, learn the culture, learn the people, learn our processes, but not necessarily that I have to train an individual on what Public Works does or what happens in Parks and Recreation. I'm positive that I can find an individual that's going to have this combination of experience that can really hit the ground running and understands how local government works. And that's not just to say cities and towns. When I say local government, that could mean a county. There could be state government experience involved as well. So a combination of experience, but a good firm understanding of how local government operates. I really need an individual who's going to lead the communications team. So much of the work that takes place here in the city of Northglenn requires a team. It requires the team within the communications division, and then the broader organization, and ultimately the broader community. So I need an individual that can step up and lead and facilitate That's not going to require an unnecessary amount of oversight by me. This position is a functional working director. So one of the things you see amongst our directors here at the City of Northglenn is they are working managers. So we don't have the depth and the hierarchy that other larger organizations have. So this attracting the right individual is going to be about attracting and really clearly communicating that my expectation is that this director is hands-on, just as I'm hands-on in respect to certain activities and responsibilities here at the City of Northglenn. Lastly, I really want to create an emphasis on the ability to work with elected officials, members of our boards and commissions, our regional partners. That means elected officials at the county level, the state level. I really need someone who can come in and be the face of Northglenn and represent us well. And so having a certain level of political acumen is very important in this position.
So in order to attract and hire the right person, again, that's the reclassification. That's one of the initial things that I thought about is, has the position been structured appropriately? Is the division positioned appropriately? What are the focus and things like that, and going through the analysis. So looking at kind of an overview of what you'll see through the rest of this presentation and through the 36 pages in the attachments, it's been extremely challenging to do an in-depth analysis, I want to be clear with you, while doing the job. So you have the strategic component, but then there's the get in and do. So being able to break that apart has been a team effort across the organization, as well as with the communications team, that is very solid and steps up every day to perform. So I wanted to be clear on that. There is a lot to do. There's a lot to be done in communications, and it's a very high priority, as all of you know, and as you stated to me or to the city manager. So we're looking at shifting and looking forward. What does the communications division look like? I know in the SWOT analysis there's a lot of looking back, but it's all to build toward the future. So looking at the role of the division and clearly defining what the role is so that everyone understands what we do and how we do it. Looking at it as an in-house strategic partner for departments with internal communications and external communications, providing public information, driving community engagement through communications efforts, and as Geyer said, being the face of the organization where needed. This position should not replace the city manager, should not replace the mayor, it is to be a face as needed to support the goals of the organization. So I just wanted to be clear in that. And serving as a public information officer when needed, if there's not a subject information expert, to be in that front-facing role. But being able to prepare that person if needed. So there are 2 slides basically that go over the overview. The guiding principles, and the reason they're there is because that's where we come from as far as moving communications forward. One thing that breaks that cycle of ask, do, is asking the why. Why is this project needed? Why is this program needed? How does it fit into strategic priorities? And I think that's a very key place to start rather than just acting. Setting clear, measurable goals and outcomes, I've mentioned a few times. Meeting face-to-face is something that is, I think, imperative to understanding desired outcomes, as well as what report back and what measurable goals someone has. Being that face-to-face and sitting in the same room, if it's for 10 minutes or an hour, doesn't make a difference as long as you come to agree on what those things are and how you're going to move forward. Measuring and tracking, I've mentioned, and building in those feedback loops. So I call them always goals because no matter what we're doing in the division, these are going to be part of our goals. Ensuring there's transparency for internal and external clients, that people know what we're doing and why. Collaboration, alignment with the strategic vision of the council, and engagement. Engagement of those that need to be engaged to make something happen, as well as engaging those in the execution so that the people who need to be at the table are, and we're reaching the audience that the requester wants us to reach in the manner they need to be reached. And this always comes up in a question as to why is this a communications plan and not a marketing plan and not a strategic plan? A communications plan supports the strategic plan. That's the process that council is going through right now. You guys set the strategic direction for the city. Communications works to execute that within the framework of communications tools, assets, and goals. So that's why it's a communications plan, not a marketing plan. This plan does not say this is how we sell ourselves against Westminster, or this is how we sell ourselves for economic development. That's not the purpose of the communications plan. Does that make sense? Any questions there? Okay. And I know I'm very repetitive, but I think there are some things that are just absolutely key to, one, a communications plan being successful, as well as a communications team delivering for the residents and for the strategic vision. So that's why I repeat things a lot. Again, transparency, transparency, transparency. We are the stewards of public funds, and we need to be responsible to that. Collaboration. In order for our communications division to be successful, we need people on board internally who are providing information, support. We're all in this together to make sure people get what they need. Cooperation in line with that as well. Collaboration at the beginning, cooperation to execute. And as I mentioned with the 50th anniversary, this staff team does that in spades across everything that I've seen to date. Integrated communications planning, I do want to point that out a bit. Integrated communications planning is the antithesis of throwing spaghetti against the wall, which sometimes happens when you're in a do mode, is you try everything. Integrated communications planning takes that step back and says where across the tools that we have, the audiences we're trying to reach, where do we plug what in with what message to align to our goals? And being integrated so that planning knows exactly what we're doing when a block party trailer goes out. How are we promoting it? Where are we promoting it? How do we ensure residents have what they have inside of it? Whether it's putting up a sign inside the trailer that says this is what goes where, so people put things back appropriately. All of that is part of an integrated communications plan and strategy. Engagement is always a key component, again, both internally and externally. Starting with the why, planning to outcome. Data-driven decision-making we'll touch upon a little later, but that is a key component to an effective communications plan. And then proactive, reactive, we've talked about. One thing I do want to say that I had in the writing, but I haven't said yet here, a communications plan needs to be organic, it needs to be iterative, and it needs to grow with the organization and change as needed. When we receive input that says something isn't working, or the resident survey comes back and says, you know what, we really need a text message tool from the city. If things like that, it can't be something that sits on a shelf and doesn't change. It has to be living, breathing, iterative document that changes as needed and responds. And if priorities change or something shifts, then it's able to respond appropriately without breaking the structure. So going to the SWOT analysis, the very top thing, and I want to be very clear about this because it does come across over and over again in the recommendations and kind of overall observations. It's not just about the numbers. It's about getting the right numbers to reach desired outcomes. And that's why outcomes are so important at the beginning before we even set the plan in place for whatever it is, whether it's a campaign, whatever that component is, to make sure we understand where we're headed and what our goals are. And then measuring those desired outcomes, not just the push out of information. So just some overall observations. And if you look at the plan, it's page 9 and 10 of the attachment. A few key ones that I want to point out. This community, and the mayor and I talked about this briefly at the volunteer appreciation, is the folks that get involved and engaged in this city from a volunteer perspective across the myriad of opportunities to volunteer. The city council application process with 16 people applying. The community that wants to be engaged here and the residents that want to be engaged here get involved. And they're very active and committed. And it's really unique to me to see, and I think that's a hidden gem in the community. Northglenn Arts, again, a hidden gem that there's so many stories to tell that I don't know that there's been room made or bandwidth available to tell those. So how do we tap into that? Parks, the number of parks and open space and just the beauty of them and the ability to gather folks into those spaces is a tremendous opportunity that not every city has. especially one of this size. Staff works hard and is committed to the city. I will repeat that over and over again as well, is that there is a lot to do. And one thing that I've heard over and over again, and in compiling this again, this is in writing, but I haven't said it yet, is a series of observations, meetings, one-on-ones, doing the job. It's been a lot of things, reviewing 10 years of documents that were in files. It's been a lot of things that have led to these recommendations. So I wanted to share that with you. But also, one of the things that has come out in meetings as well as in documentation, this city does a lot of innovative things and has for a very long time. I was talking to Amanda today about Kaboom, that Northglenn was one of the first Kaboom communities with parks. And I don't even know how many years ago that was, but quite some time ago. But this city and the staff have been innovative for a long time. It's not new. We just haven't told those stories and shared them. So how do we do that? And again, we've been through the react and do. Short-term recommendations we've been through, again, I'll fly through these. Hiring a communications director and reclassifying, creating the request system, which I mentioned as well, so that we actually have a database of that information and need as we move forward. Creating standard operating procedures for all items, which may not sound like a big idea, but it makes a huge difference in being able to move the needle forward and switch from reactive to proactive. If internal requests understand what it takes to do something and what the information that's needed by us to be effective, then it sets the bar and expectations, but it also helps move the needle forward and help you move along faster in the process once you go through a number of doing the same thing over and over again. Okay. So structure and function focus, as you can see in all of it, this is not a person-based recommendation necessarily, although the reclassification is person-based and finding the right hiring. The recommendations, the communications plan is based upon structure and function primarily, and making sure that the structure is in place to perform at a high-level function. So if you look at the plan itself, big things, takeaways, are that the plan is structured to align with City Council vision that's been stated to date. I know there's a third strategic planning session that needs to take place, and that's why this is a work in progress. It's not completed. That's one of the primary reasons, is communications team does not set the strategic direction or priorities. The council does that. So we take the lead from that, and then the plan aligns communication goals, tools with that vision to help support the goals and vision that are set. Realistic expectations, the reason that is important is that, again, in that act, do, and just getting things done. Sometimes things get shortcut, sometimes things don't get done to the manner that they could or should based upon the desired outcomes. So being able to set those expectations with internal and external clients ahead of time to say, okay, this is going to take 3 weeks, or with the videos we're doing for September 28th, that's going to take 6 weeks to get it done. So making sure we're on top of it at the beginning to get the scripting in place, to get the recordings in place, to get the external contractor support hired so that we can get it done on time. But having that expectation ahead of time, so 4 weeks in, people aren't going, well, why isn't this done? Well, it's a 6-week process. So that's what that means, realistic goals and expectations. Integrated communications planning, I spoke to before. Building and measurement and feedback, again, yes, I'm repetitive, but these things are very important. Internal needs and external needs. One of the things that has come out of a lot of the meetings was that there hasn't been an internal focus for communications before, and there hasn't been that support. If you've gotten a chance to read through the documents, you'll see that quite a few times, is that other staff from other departments have had to step in and fill communications functions at times, things like that. So moving forward, we want to make sure that communications is supporting other divisions and departments as needed. Part of that is also training and building capacity in staff that does have a communications or community engagement tool as their function, even if they're not in communications division. So last week, Summer completed a social media training for a number of staff who actually manage other assets that are not the Northglenn city, and extremely well received, but now they actually understand and have a broader capacity to build content that is more effective and engages the community on a broader basis. John's been training folks on the website and ability to enter their own information and update their own pages to make sure that it's consistent with the brand, which is extremely important, because once people learn how to receive information, they want to receive it the same way again. So building that capacity again to make sure that consistent, clear, transparent communication across the assets, but so that the communications division isn't the only one. You don't always have to ask them to do it. You can do it yourself. So building that capacity across the organization is important. So the structure of the plan may be different than communications plans you've seen in the past. So I did want to touch on that a bit. The first piece is the executive summary on page 19 of the packet. That outlines the goal statements that council has set to date. The second piece is the communication strategies that are summaries of what the communications team will do to help reach those goals that are stated. And if you don't mind, I'm going to read those actually from page 20. One is deliver integrated public communications efforts and community engagement opportunities across departments, programs, and services. 2 is to build a community ambassador network of employees, mayor, and city council. 3, to build a community ambassador network among residents and businesses. And 4, to position Northglenn to shine. So based upon across all of the goal statements you have that aren't all just communications related, that's how we will support the other divisions achieving their goals as well. Okay. And then after the communication strategies, our strategies with the elements and tactics to reach those goals. So that's more the action items, the how we do what we do to get to the goal. That's page 21 to 27. The council goal statements and cross-functional communication support, pages 27 to 29. What that is taking those initial goal statements that some of them were a little bit vague or not clearly defined. So taking those and turning those into SMART goals so that we do have those measurable outcomes. Understanding that until you finish the strategic planning process, then some of those may change. But that's where we stand to date. And then the last piece is the start of a milestones timeline. We're actually working on a 3-year timeline, but for this plan, it'll be through the end of 2021. That will be action items and milestones that are being met by quarter that we're working toward. And a lot of those, there are a lot of things that happen annually that we want to make sure we're planning for. If there's something that happens in July, and we know it's always happening in July, what do we need to do in January to get that division, that department support that's needed to make sure it happens? So shift to data-driven decisions. This is one I said that I was going to go to later. Looking at assets and efforts through a data-driven lens is one of the things this does, as well as thoughtful, meaningful, results-driven integrated communication. A lot of words. What does that mean? Okay, so what that means is this is what builds the capacity. Data-driven decisions is what builds the capacity to shift from act do to get a request in, organize, understand outcomes, plan, execute, measure. So that's kind of the two pieces that shift us to that. And part of that is taking a pause when something comes in and not acting immediately. Pause, let's go through the process of what we need to do. Some of these things, looking at assets and efforts, means looking at all of the assets list that we have, which is at the back of the document, and seeing what do we need for what component and why do we need to do it. One of the things that allows us to make those decisions is the employee survey results that the city manager has already done. So that's a baseline for internal communications. If you remember, there were a lot of communications questions and things in there. It's not just about answering that, it's about how do we answer it and what are the best tools that we have. Are we missing something? If you've seen, we've been evolving, is that fair to say? The city manager report in response to those things and feedback that we're getting to make sure it's actually a usable tool for you as well as staff to get the information you need. So that type of thing and looking at what we need. The other tool that's going to provide a baseline is the resident survey to say, okay, this is what residents want, this is what they need, and being able to use that as a baseline moving forward to measure our success against that as well. So it's not just the individual campaign or things like that, it's the broader focus of that baseline that we're measuring against as well. Talk to you about that. Another thing that this leads to is this, and I'm going to say it again, this communications team is phenomenal. and the level of work that's able to be produced in this in this model that we're in is phenomenal. And even through this transition, as we're moving toward this already, the response by the team has been phenomenal, and the ability to pause and move forward meaningfully, I think I just want to recognize for a moment. With that, however, and we built into the budget for 2020 some capacity to look outside. As we start to look at longer-term planning on these communications efforts, we're able to say, you know what, we don't have the bandwidth in the month of June and July because we're working on this, this, and this to actually do this video that we need to do for September. So where do we actually need support? And planning ahead of time saves the city money on spending for those external contractors so that we can say, you know what, this is actually what we need. We're going to guide them to this point. We only need $3,000 worth of support versus 10. So being able to make those, again, data-driven solutions for spending money externally as well, where we need it. So I don't have much time, do I? Okay. So I don't want to fly through this one, but we're going to look back a little bit with this. And 3 key assets that receive a lot of attention, a lot of recommendations, I will say, internally and externally, are how we do social media connection and press releases. And historically, in the documents that I found, we measure output. We measure the push. So we measure how many posts did we do. We measure how many issues of connection do we do. How many articles are in them. We measure how many press releases did we do. But again, that doesn't measure the results. And it doesn't take into account what we need out of them. So when you look at social media and you constantly push, we tend to lose followers. And Summer's done a great job in every issue of City Manager's True Report to provide some perspective on that and why that's the case. Because a city government needs to act in certain ways at certain times based upon what the goals of the communication effort are on social media. And what we want is we want engagement by the post. We don't just want to push it out and hope that someone sees it. We want people to repost. We want people to follow. We want them to share it with their friends and say, hey, you've got to see what Northglenn's doing. Those type of things. So that's the tool we want to measure, or that's what we want to measure, not just how many posts we do, but how much engagement we get on the back end. And sometimes it's driving people to go to a website. Sometimes it's driving people to buy a garden in a box. Whatever those elements are, that's what we're measuring. It's not just the number of posts. With connection, one of the things that I've heard a lot or seen a lot, and this is over the course of review of documents as well, this is not a new thing, but let's change it. Let's add more pages. Let's do this. So looking at it as, that's great. What do the residents want? How are they using it? And then incorporating that into changes that are made, not just making the change. So you will see, however, in this issue of connection, it is slightly larger than others, in part because of the things that are happening and then the internal spread for the 50th anniversary to highlight the 48th anniversary of the spokesman. So that is something you will see, but it was a thought-out process. Why are we doing this? What do we want to get out of this expanded issue of connection? Press releases versus media coverage. It's great to measure how many press releases you send out, and we should. But also, we've sent out, I may be wrong on the numbers, but as of last week, I believe it was 16 press releases this year. However, we've gotten more than 50 media mentions. So it's not just about the release, it's about how much media coverage are we getting, and is it media coverage we want? And a lot of that was around the bear, but that showed community engagement and interest. We had a ton of press around the March 4th Women Making History event that was regional in nature, with the mural, again. And it's not just about the press release, it's about sending out a media advisory for those moments ahead of time so that media can actually plan their schedule and be proactive and say, I'm interested in this. Northglenn's doing something cool again. I want to be there. And we want to be the people who are your primary coverer, if you will. So that's what happened with Channel 7 during the March 4th event. We had other media cover it, but that was their main story. So that's the difference between those things, and again, shifting from reactive to proactive to make sure we're doing this. Quick closeout. The assets are the final piece. As you can see, we have so many owned and managed assets by the city. Does everyone know what that means? Okay. We don't need to use them all for everything. We want to be deliberate in what we're using, why, how, and measuring the success. There are a few things, like there were telephone town halls that I believe were used a couple of times, but then they dropped off. Is that something we want to, or should continue again? Is that something residents want to see? I mentioned the texting tool. Is that something we want to explore? Is there something we use now that doesn't get any traction that we don't need to have anymore? So looking at those things through that lens. So that's it. I'll summarize because we're long. Sorry, guys.
Can
So
you
again,
give us a slide
tonight-
up that shows your transition plan? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you have
Yeah.
that?
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
So the posting of the communications director position requires 2 additional steps, which is a resolution and then an ordinance. The resolution for the reclassification is scheduled for the regular meeting this evening. There's an ordinance on first reading for the creation of the communications department. That goes hand in hand with the reclassification of the position to a director level. So the second reading for that piece won't happen until August 12th, but the reclassification of the position will allow me to get the position posted this week.
Any questions?
Can I ask a second question?
Sure.
Are you eliminating the manager's position and you're just looking at a director? Or are you asking for another position at
Reclassification, meaning I'm utilizing the existing FTE as a director.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So Heather, I appreciate your direction that you're taking it for the communication. I think it's really important. Certainly been the topic for the last 8 years that I've been on council is communications. So it'll be nice to have that dealt with. One of the things that I just want to kind of reiterate that I brought up before when we've done the hiring process is I think it's really important as you're interviewing candidates that their resume doesn't always necessarily reflect the work that they've done. I think in communications and creative positions, it's usually a team effort, and a lot of times individuals take credit for work that isn't necessarily theirs. I think it's just really important that as a committee, as you're reviewing it, that you're looking at what their skill set is, that they're proving their skill set, that they're providing examples that they've created as part of your process, because portfolios in the creative field are also not typically their portfolio. A lot of times it's that team effort, and so trying to get out what is theirs versus what is a team. Because we're not hiring the team that they worked with, we're hiring that individual. I just think that's a process we haven't done very well with, and so as a result, we've kind of landed with individuals that weren't the best fit. So I hope you take that into consideration as you're going through the process and really develop a process that includes them kind of proving it. And then lastly, I just want to say that I think as I look at the criteria or the job description, I'm still not sure that you've nailed it as to that higher level individual that you're seeking. It's very task and doer oriented, and I think that you're going to have a lot of individuals that are applying that don't really see that creative campaign generating information that we need, and I don't really see that as part of the job description. I think it's very specific tasks, and they need a big umbrella of ability to create campaigns and understand that if you're saying fireworks, what does that look like? Be able to define that and give it to staff to implement. So I'm not quite sure it's there yet, but.
Okay. I appreciate that feedback, Councilmember Whitman, and I'll take a step back and relook at the job description and tweak it before we post it. And to your earlier feedback, I completely appreciate your perspective, and I've made this commitment to council previously. I will affirm the commitment that I've made this evening. We'll go through the hiring process. If I do not find an individual that's going to be the right fit for this organization, I will repost. Our process will include multiple exercises, and I do envision having some type of public speaking component to it, which would allow for an opportunity for council and other community members of our boards and commissions, and so forth to come and participate in that and to provide me with feedback.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else? Okay, do we have consensus for city manager to proceed in posting this position?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Necessary.
Of age. Okay, last item on the agenda is Adams County Census Liaison position, IGA. City Manager Guy, would you introduce the item, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Escabel. The item before you this evening is an opportunity for Northglenn to partner with Adams County in promotion of getting the count done next year. We have a U.S. Census taking place in 2020. There's a real collaborative effort underway, and Grady has been attending the meetings. Adams County has hired a census liaison, as they call this individual, and they'll be keeping this position, an individual, on board for 3 years. So hired the individual this year, and it'll go beyond 2020 into 2021. So we have an opportunity to partner with Adams County and utilize the census liaison position to help get the word out about making your voice heard and getting counted in 2020. We envision this individual to work with the communications team, as well as have a presence at different community events, making sure we've got the right information and are going out through our various communication channels. I think it's important that we move forward with this IGA because I don't have the staffing capacity presently in-house to make these opportunities happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bringing this forward to council for your consideration. So as I mentioned, Grady's been attending the different census liaison committee meetings that Crystal Elliott has hosted throughout the county, and they're talking strategically about how to outreach to the different faith communities in the respective cities within and towns within Adams County, and various other opportunities to get the word out. This will be a 2-year commitment. The financial ask is $7,000 for Northglenn. And I'm looking for my notes. Currently, Thornton is committed to joining this IGA. They're reviewing it with potential revisions. Westminster has not made a decision, yet, but they don't anticipate any issues. Commerce City is committed, and they'll be scheduling a proclamation for August 19th. Brighton, I don't have an update on where they're at currently. Federal Heights, they're committed as well, and they're scheduling the proclamation for July 23rd. Arvada is committed, and they are already moving forward with their work. Bennett's committed, and they're in the process of reviewing the IGA. So I know that it won't just be the city of Northglenn that participates in this IGA partnership.
Does that fee, is it flat 7 for every one of the communities, or is it based on population?
It's based on population.
Any other questions?
I think it's a good idea.
Very important.
Anytime you can partner with somebody, makes sense.
Important to get that count.
I think so as well. So if I'm hearing that I have council consensus, so we'll bring the IGA forward for council approval at the August 12th council meeting.
Okay.
Thank
have
you.
consensus?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Is there any other council business? We're adjourned. We got 7 minutes.
Good.
now call to order the regular city council meeting of July the 22nd, 2019. John, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Escabel,
Here.
Councilmember Sowers.
Here.
Councilmember Leidy.
Here.
Councilmember Downing. Here. Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mullica.
Here.
Councilmember Wilford.
Here.
Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Manager Guyer, is there any response to citizens' inquiry?
None this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, first up is interview Mary Mondragon, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Mary, I ask you to introduce yourself and
Good
make
evening.
yourself available to the council.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Escabel and city council members and neighbors. There's lots of them. My name is Mary Mondragon. I'm running for the at-large position on the Parks and Rec Board. I am currently a financial and programs analyst for the Natural Resource Conservation Service that tiers up to the United States Department of Agriculture. So I'm feeling like my current position will assist me in being a great Parks and Rec Board member. I have some history with Northglenn. I moved here in 1979. My husband and I partnered with Tim McCaffrey and Northglenn Baseball and Northglenn Football and Northglenn Soccer Club to develop the athletic fields that we currently have out at Open Space.
And thank you for being a great community partner. Council, have any questions for Mary? Joyce?
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for applying for the position. Thank you
Very welcome.
much, and your
Thank you.
interest in the board.
I appreciate your time and consideration.
I don't actually have a question either, but I did want to thank you for applying. I think you'll be great in your experience with parks and being involved for so long. And I also want to just thank you for your application to the Ward 4 position.
I thought that would be a great segue to start with Parks and Rec and maybe at some point be a Ward 4 member. Very good.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Agenda additions or deletions? Do we have any additions or deletions from council? No? All right. Proclamations. Most fun part of all. Council, would you join me down below? Oh, there's the candy.
There's the candy.
Oh, the vegetables. Same thing.
Yes.
Okay. So as part of our proclamations, we want to recognize the residents of Northglenn for our 50th anniversary program. We started this recognition program at the beginning of the year, and I think we heard today we've gone through like 22, and I think we have a high number today, like 10 or 11, 12. So we will start with the Zach family. We have Rick, Amy, Madison, Ricky, Jackson. Are you here? Come on forward. You line up here and face the audience. They had 1,000 questions for you.
Line up and face the audience. Here, I'll go first.
Why don't we go out there and make
Yeah.
Why don't you move up and you guys come down?
You guys can
Walk straight down this way.
That way Summer can take pictures.
The proclamation reads, whereas the city of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Rick, Amy, Madison, Ricky, and Jackson have stepped in regularly and selfishly to help a neighbor with disabilities, and whereas Bizaks have shoveled walks and driveways, and whereas the Bizak family members have assisted in ensuring their neighbors' trash was picked up and empty containers put away, and whereas Rick, Amy, Madison, Ricky, and Jackson check in on their neighbors during power outages and anytime they feel it is needed. And whereas the members of the Bizak family have gone above and beyond to make a difference and help those in need. And whereas Rick, Amy, Madison, Ricky, and Jackson have positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and helped make the community safer. Now, therefore, I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Rick, Amy, Madison, Ricky, and Jackson for being honored by their fellow residents. City Council and myself for the contribution to the City of Northglenn dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 22nd day of July, 2019. Start here. Can I say a few words?
No, actually, we just haven't talked to something.
You are.
I don't think we reserve a award. We're just helping out our neighbors. I think everybody should do that when they need it.
That's right. We don't need to be thanked for doing good things, but it's our honor to appreciate you and recognize you, you know, among your citizens of Northglenn. So thank you very much. The council would like to shake your hand and congratulate you also. They're right behind you.
Very nice to meet you, Betsy Brown. Thank you very much. Great family. We did the same thing on our end.
That is truly awesome. Chris DeMay. Proclamation reads, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, whereas Chris DeMay has been involved in and served the City of Northglenn for several decades and volunteered his time and talents, and whereas Chris has served on the Parks and Recreations Board, Community Foundations, serving as a leader of the Northglenn Community Foundation during the invitation and creation of the Utility Assistance Program, and whereas Chris has served on the Northglenn Urban Renewal Authority since 2012 and has helped move the city forward with economic growth and prosperity, and whereas Chris has and continues to serve as a neighborhood beautification judge, and whereas Chris has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Chris has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and the community at large, now therefore I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Chris DeMay for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contribution to the City of Northglenn, dated this date, 22nd day of July, 2019. Chris, you're a great neighbor, and congratulations. Randy Fryer. In the house, Randy. Randy is in the house. Proclamation reads, whereas the city of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Randy Fryer is always helping his neighbors whenever they are in need, and whereas Randy shovels snow for his neighbors who is blind, and whereas Randy is an electrician by trade and helps when his neighbors need something fixed in their homes. And whereas Randy is described as always helping and never asking for anything in return, and as a great guy. And whereas Randy has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Randy has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and the community at large. Now therefore I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Randy Fryer for being honored by his fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contributions to the City of Northglenn, dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 22nd day of July 2019. I know we have a lot of really good guys, but that's great, Randy. We appreciate everything you do. Raul Ibarra. All right, Raul. This is the proclamation, and it reads, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Raul Ibarra is described as the best neighbor a person could ever have. Wow, I thought I was that guy. Raul helps his neighbors by driving them to the doctor's appointments, grocery stores, and whereas Raul assures neighbors trash gets taken out and trash cans are replaced when and where needed, and whereas Raul has watched houses and watered plants when neighbors are out of town, and whereas Raul has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Raul has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals in the community. Now, therefore, I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Raul for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contributions to the City of Northglenn, dated this date, July 22nd, 2019. Let's see if you That's important to our city.
Thank you.
Wayne Miller. Wayne. Hello, Wayne. Proclamation reads, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and lives of others, and whereas Wayne Miller helps keep Northglenn beautiful by picking up trash in his neighborhood, streets, and sidewalks, and whereas Wayne helps his neighbors with yard work, including clearing trees and branches when needed, whereas Wayne braves the snow to shovel the sidewalks of neighbors all winter, and whereas Wayne Miller has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Wayne has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals and improved the quality of life of others in the community. Now, therefore, I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Wayne Miller for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contribution to the City of Northglenn. Congratulations. All these great people, amazing. Here's a name I know, Kathy Novak. Welcome, Kathy. I'm sure you read plenty of these proclamations in your time. Whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, whereas Kathy Novak was first appointed to the Parks and Recreation Board in 1984.
Not to say the date.
I didn't I wasn't even born then.
I was a youngster.
Has served on multiple boards, commissions, and regional organizations, and served as an elected official in Northglenn for more than 18 years, including serving 2 terms as mayor. And whereas Kathy has garnered national respect and awareness of the city of Northglenn while serving as president of the National League of Cities, and whereas Kathy has held leadership positions with the Denver Metro Mayor's Caucus, Colorado Water Resources, Denver Regional Council of Governments, and the Metro North Children's Advocacy Center. And whereas Kathy was a community leader during the completion of the bridge over I-25 and the opening of the Maintenance and Operations Center, and whereas Kathy has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Kathy has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals in the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Kathy Novak for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for her contributions to the City of Northglenn, dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 22nd day of July, 2019. Congratulations. You gave her public speaking. Thank you, Kathy. Adam Nunn. Welcome, Adam. This proclamation reads, whereas the City of Northglenn celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019, and whereas the city is celebrating residents whose contributions have positively affected the city and the lives of others, and whereas Adam Nunn is described as the sort of neighbor that everyone would be lucky to have. Wow, I thought that was me. Whereas Adams keeps an eye out for his neighbors and advocates for neighborhood improvements, and whereas Adam has assisted a neighbor in need to help fix things around the house and with medical needs, saving neighbors time and money. And whereas Adam has given selfishly to support his neighbors, and whereas Adam has gone above and beyond to make a difference and inspire others, and whereas Adam has positively impacted the lives and living conditions of individuals in the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Antonio B. Escobar, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby congratulate Adam Nunn for being honored by fellow residents, City Council, and myself for his contribution to the City of Northglenn. Well, that's what we need more of. He says he just loved doing it. So let that be a challenge to all of us on television, here, and at home. Okay. I'm going to yield presentations to Meredith Lady.
Hi. So I'm Meredith Leidy, Ward 1 City Council member. I have the honor of serving on the Northglenn Youth Commission, but I'm going to invite Amanda Peterson to come up here with me. She does a lot of the mentoring. Yeah, she's amazing. I figured there's two of them and there's two of us. We should do this together. But really, she does so much work with the youth of our community, and I appreciate it so much. So, do you have one you'd like to?
Well, who's on the agenda first? Who's first?
Lily.
Lily Kunis, come on down.
Right in between. How are you, Lily?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. So Lily has been involved with the Northglenn Youth Commission since October of 2017. She served as the president of the Northglenn Youth Commission from May 2018 until June 2019. She has been such a strong leader amongst our youth commission and has always approached all of the projects that the group has taken on, and whether it be a volunteer commitment or a project that the group is doing as a whole, with excitement, a really positive attitude, professionalism, and dedication. Lily currently attends Legacy High School, and she'll be a junior next year. Usually our youth commissioners don't leave us until after their senior year, but Lily has a really amazing opportunity, and she's taking a break from our youth commission because she's going to be studying abroad for 11 months in Berlin, Germany, on a scholarship from the U.S. Congress, and I'm gonna mess this up, so I'm gonna make you help me, and the German
Bundestag.
Thank you. In addition to her commitment on Youth Commission, Lily is actively involved in and lobbies for the preservation of historic places and national parks in Colorado and in Washington, D.C. She's also passionate about photography. She shows her work in galleries and museum and has won several awards for her work. She's planning on reapplying to the Northglenn Youth Commission when she's back here after the next year. But we're just really excited for you and the opportunity you have, and want to say thank you for everything that you've done for Youth Commission in the last few years. We've really enjoyed getting to know you. We'll miss you next year, and we're excited to hear all about it when you get back.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything?
I'm just very thankful for all the time that I've had at the Northglenn Youth Commission, and I'm very excited for my upcoming year, and I'm glad to be coming back, or hopefully be coming back, when the 2020-2021 school year arrives. So, thank you.
All right, Everett. Well-dressed gentleman in the front. All right, Everett Renberg has been a member of the Youth Commission for a little more than 2 years, though he initially participated in the Youth Commission outreach event with his mom when he was about 11. Everett just graduated from Northglenn High School this spring. He is planning to head to Regis this fall to study finance and philosophy. He is the recipient of several scholarships, including one from Mayor Escobar. Everett said his favorite Youth Commission project was the little libraries, which are so awesome. that was completed this spring. He also enjoyed Read Across America Day and working with the other youth commissioners on the Farmers Highline Canal cleanup last year. When he was asked to provide a short statement about himself, Everett said, "I have dedicated myself to the betterment of my community, empowerment of human beings, and to the institutions that make our country and our city as beautiful as they are. I have a dream of coming back and making my city, state, and country an even better place for people to live in." Nice. Yes, congratulations. He also is probably the most well-read young man I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he quotes authors that I don't even know anymore, but so congratulations. So proud of you. Awesome.
Next up is the July Neighborhood Beautification Awards. Jenny Murphy.
All right. It's a little complicated. I'll do this so we don't have to dance too much. This evening we're here to celebrate the July Yard of the Month beautification winners, and there are a lot of you here tonight doing a great job on the yards in your neighborhoods. Just as a refresher, this program started in 1998, so not quite 50 years old like we're celebrating, but certainly on our way to the big 30th year down the road. This program reaches every neighborhood in Northglenn. We're divided into 13 areas, and we have 13 amazing judges that are out and about each month during the summer looking at your beautiful yards. And there's a lot of them with all the rain that we got early. So without further ado, I'm going to get started on this. And this evening, we are first of all thanking our beautification judges. Without them, we couldn't do this program. The very first home we have tonight is 10242 Monterey Circle. It's owned by John and Kelly Liker. Are they here tonight?
Jenny, you need to tell them the baby comes up here.
Thank you. Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Upside down.
Upside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
What is that? Thank you, hard work so far. I pulled no weeds. No.
It's all right.
John, are you?
Their little baby girl's only 5 weeks old, and she's already at city council. So, the next home is Jennifer and Stephen Nessett at 10844 Steel Street.
Great to meet you.
Darlene Martinez at 11144 Clayton Street. The Herrera family at 11931 Gaylord Way. There must be about 2,000 petunias in that front yard. It's pretty amazing. Frank and Jeanette Visconti at 11422 Carlisle Street. And Dwayne Ferris at 1200 East 112th Place.
Great job.
Say a few words?
No, thank you.
Beautiful, by the way.
Brad and Sandy Frano at 10932 Rosalie Drive.
Say a few words?
I would like to go on the record, just say one thing. For everyone who's here, just to let you know, for the record, to make it straight, my wife is the gardener. I just provide the manpower.
Good job. No, thank you. Well, actually, he plans them and I plan them. So that's trained really well, though.
Very nice to meet you. It's beautiful.
Nice to meet you guys. Beautiful yard. Beautiful yard. Good job. Ruth Montano at 10448 William Street.
It's okay, it's still you.
How sweet that he helps you, though.
Roger and Kay Noxon at 132 Pike Street.
Thank you.
She must do all the yard.
Should I say a few words?
I have a green thumb, but he does all the work.
Good work.
Nice to meet you. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for such a beautiful home. Mary and Leo Weens at 115 Linda Sue Lane.
you. A lot of hardware.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. So this family, I hear, might want to be beautification judges next year. So this is Lowell, Jessica, and Mark Hardy at 11659 Acoma Street.
One of you got to do some public speaking.
I'm the talker. I'm the talker.
Who's going to do the talking?
I am.
I just want to say that we chose Northglenn. Northglenn didn't choose us, and we call it pride of ownership. So when we moved into our neighborhood, we said, we are going to change the looks of our home so that we can be proud and everyone else will be around us. We love Northglenn.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautiful. I'm so glad we are so proud. Oh, it's gorgeous. Love it. You ever work for the Hardley? Very nice. Thank you. Well, at least they keep you around, baby.
We're almost 10. Thank you, Mark. Joe and Maureen Montoya, 10567 La Pan Street. And Jerry and Flo Downs, and I don't think they're here tonight, but they live at 1463 West 100th Place. Thank you all so much.
Okay, if we get all the recipients up here, I know you were here just a minute ago, but my city manager says she needs a picture of all of you so she can remember it forever.
Mayor, resident recognition.
Resident recognition. I'm sorry. I'm going to learn to read. Resident recognition. Come on up.
Come on, look, it's half our nerve board standing right here.
Come on down, Chris.
Joyce might not be visible.
Jenny? We're going to do this, Joyce. Joyce, that's you. All right.
The old timers corner.
That's right.
Sir, I'm gonna ask that you choose another. Okay. Stop. Here. That's not good. No one.
Good. She does this for a living and we go through this every week.
More. Yep. Angle your shoulders here. Okay. Now we have a tooth. Okay, so scoot. That's okay. Here, be in this not too. She's all right. She's good. She's good.
That work?
Okay.
Joyce.
Good. Yes?
No playing with our friends, Joyce.
Councilwoman Brown, I'm gonna ask you to switch places with this gentleman right here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. All right, guys. Smile, make sure your eyes are open, please. All right.
Don't move. Scoot in. Right on, right there. Okay. Good.
Very bossy girl.
Keep smiling, eyes open. Good job.
Not empties out.
Man, I'm like, my yard is.
Yeah, what happened? Now to go for
I told Maddie to get over it.
Too much sun or something?
It's very cute.
Makeup or something?
I think I just opened it in bottle.
That could be, you know. Thank you so much. I need some water. We go from a full house to no one. Pardon?
Oh, it's not that bad.
It should go fast now.
Let's do this. Just a little bit more. There we go.
Tony and I agreed we need to be out here by 9.
Wow.
9?
Yeah.
I can do 9.
I will be impressed.
Good, how you doing?
I will be impressed. Just pull that off.
Says yes.
Why not?
How was it? I dressed it accordingly.
Go by real
So
quick.
we swear in and she's gonna get school.
Maybe. Less time for
So she
public
just
input.
stress.
Now I'm having a hot flash. A minute ago, I was cold. Maybe. Yeah.
It's just it's starting to calm down.
Oh, that's outside. Let's see. Really? Wow. It says it's 77 and it feels like 77, partly cloudy.
I was thinking it feels worse than that.
Okay, I'm gonna make a note of it.
Yeah, no, it's outside.
How's it get? Yep, you do. It's on our second.
Bucks are here.
Come on, Preston, where's that smile? Very well, thank you, sir. Always when we're doing great
I have
things.
to staff the man.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is public invited to be heard. 5 minutes per speaker, limited to 5 minutes. Statements shall be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Did anybody sign up, Joy? Is there anybody here who would like to address the council? 5 minutes, going once. Legislative policy update, do we have anything from the legislative committee?
Nothing this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Consent agenda.
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Do you want to open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
I'm not ready to vote.
I'll close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Ordinances, second reading. CB 1930, Public Service Company of Colorado, XL Energy Franchise Agreement.
Second.
Joanne, would you read, oh, Heather, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. This CB 1930 was originally heard on June 24th. The motion was approved to continue this item on second reading to July 8th, 2009 for the purpose of asking Xcel Energy to address the city's request to modify the definition of a public project within the Xcel franchise agreement. Xcel did provide a letter, unfortunately, and that is included as an attachment to the memorandum. Unfortunately, this really doesn't address staff's recommendation and request for a modification to the franchise agreement language. I think we've been very clear with our intentions as to why we wanted the request. I think we're at a point where we're going to have to agree to disagree on this item, and so I'm recommending approval of the franchise agreement.
Okay. Is there any discussion from council? No discussion? Open the vote, Joanne?
The vote is open. I'll close that vote, and CB 1930 on second reading passes unanimously.
Okay, ordinance first reading, CB 1931. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A bill for an ordinance amending Section 2-8-1, Parent A of the Northglenn Municipal Code, adding the Communications Department as a city department.
Second.
City Manager Guyer?
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. Later on in this meeting, council is considering Council Resolution 89, which is a reclassification of our current communications manager position to a communications director position. As a result, we need to have council consider this creation of a new communications department to be in line with our existing city code. So this item, CB 1931, follows the request for reclassification. And both of these items are in line with the presentation that Heather Grady and myself provided to council earlier in the study session.
Okay, any discussion? Open the vote, please.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CB 1931 on first reading passes unanimously. And I would like to state for the record that the public hearing on CB 1931 will be held on August 12th, 2019 in City Hall Council Chambers.
Okay. Resolutions, CR 81. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution approving intergovernmental agreements with the counties of Adams and Weld for the purpose of participating in the November 5th, 2019 coordinated election.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Open the vote. Joanne,
Vote is open.
please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 81 passes unanimously.
CR 84. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution approving an agreement between the City of Northglenn and Catherine Kurtz for on-call hearing officer services.
Second.
Heather, would you introduce the item, please?
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. There's no formal staff presentation on this item. However, Brooke Svoboda, our planning director, is available to answer any questions. This action will designate our deputy municipal judge, Catherine Kurtz, as the hearing officer on abatement issues.
Okay. Julie?
So I do have a question. Why isn't the court handling this as a day-to-day
Brooke, can you come
issue
address that
rather
question?
than having to hire someone to come
I think this one's probably for me.
Okay.
This is the administrative aspect of nuisance enforcement. Most cases will still go to the municipal court judge. However, for those that are handled administratively, we need a hearing officer. That can't be the municipal judge because these may end up on appeal to the municipal judge, so it needs to be someone different.
Thank you, thank you.
And I would only add that of all the cases that we have, this is the 1% of the 5% of cases, so this is a very low number. We use this maybe 2 or 3 times a year at the most in terms of exercising this tool.
Thanks.
Anything further? No? Okay. Joanne, would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 84 passes unanimously.
CR 85, Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution supporting the Colorado Communities for Climate Action's 2019 to 2020 policy agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. Becky Smith, our planning manager, is going to provide you with a overview of this item.
Welcome, Becky.
Thank you, Mayor Escabel, Council. Becky Smith here to provide some background on CR 85, which is the Colorado Communities for Climate Action 2019-2020 policy agenda. Last December, City Council did decide to join CC4CA, which is the acronym, and support their 2018-2019 policy agenda. They meet annually to update that agenda and decide what they want to add to their agenda, if everything's working within their agenda. And the the steering committee votes to approve that agenda. Each steering committee member then takes that back to their council to get city council support for that, the agenda changes. And so listed in your memo are new policy principles that have been added to the 2019-2020 policy agenda. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that there are on that. And really, it's just to let you guys know what's changed in the policy agenda moving forward for this year.
Thank you.
Questions for? No? Questions? Okay. John, would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 85 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us to CR 86. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution approving addendum number 2 to the personal services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Insight LLC for interim communications manager services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
City Manager Guyer, you want to introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Escabel. This item is a contract addendum following the work that's been completed to date. In terms of Heather Grady, she's our interim communications manager. This addendum for the additional work that's involved is being requested to see through the 50th anniversary celebration events, as well as the hiring of a communications director that's later on the agenda, along with the day-to-day operational work that's underway. Originally, when I brought the communications transition plan to council earlier in the spring, I had envisioned being able to post the position earlier than what I've been able to do. Once Grady and I really got into looking at the state of the operations and where it's at within the communications division, we really had to take a step back and be thoughtful about really focusing on providing stability within the division, making sure staff that has the day-to-day direction and prioritization that they need, while also having Grady build the communications plan that was presented to you this evening. So I know that this is an additional funding request, and I don't take that lightly. However, the $5,000 that's slated for October may not be fully utilized. That really depends on how quickly I get someone on board. So it is an additional funding request. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. I did amend the memo from when it was originally posted last Wednesday to include salary and benefits information that's included in the communications division budget. So hopefully that provided a greater insight into what was budgeted for the comms manager position. So really, when all said and done, I may need an additional $23,180 to complete the work that's needed. And that also includes a projection for bringing a communications director on board. I may not need that. It's just based on a projection. Based on Grady's work, we're looking at cost savings in other areas of the communications budget. So I think it may be a wash, but wanted to be transparent about those numbers.
Any questions for city manager? Becky?
Heather, so this
Yes.
takes her, this would take her through the end of the year?
No, it'll take us through the end of September with minimal assistance in October. So the goal is to get a communications director on board and have Grady help provide onboarding and training orientation with the communications plan that she's developed. That's an important piece of why I've aligned those two and had them go hand in hand to really help position this next individual and provide a foundation for success.
I just want to say, I think you guys have done a great job at trying to get your arms around everything. I've been on council for 4 years now, and this has been an issue for 4 years. So I guess I'm disappointed that we haven't gotten further, with the process, but I have great faith in you that you'll get us the right person. I just would really like it to be the last communications director / manager that we have for a little while.
I hope as well that I'm able to find a great hire and that individual chooses Northglenn and chooses to stay with us for some time. I can't guarantee that, but I'm going to do my best. And I think there's a lot of great things happening in this community, and I think we'll be an attractive community for that individual looking to make that next step.
I'll hold you to it.
You can.
So I think you answered my question about onboarding. How often or how much time do you envision kind of that overlap?
I'm keeping it somewhat open right now. It could be a month and a half. It really depends on the start date. September is going to be a very busy month with our Celebrate Northglenn event, as well as executing on Pirate Fest and the other activities that we have going on. So Celebrate Northglenn is the biggest in terms of the contractual amount. So fortunately, working with Grady, she's flexible in shifting hours. She could work anywhere like 60 hours in 1 week and then maybe 20 in the next. So as we get into the hiring process and really identify, do we have that candidate, and then work with the candidate, the finalist and the individual that I hire, and really figure out, is it 5 hours a week that will be spent on onboarding? Is it 10? So that 5,000 I view as a not to exceed. If we come in less than that, that's definitely good. But Grady recommended that amount to really provide a good onboarding experience.
And just a quick follow-up. I didn't say it before, and I apologize to both Heathers. The communication plan is thorough, and it is intense. But I appreciate the details and the precision, and that's why I asked about onboarding, is because I think there's going to need to be some time to get the new person up to speed on such a thorough document. But thank you for putting that.
And certainly Grady's here locally, so if 2 months go by after the new director's on board and a call needs to be made to Grady, we have that ability to do that.
Yeah, Julie?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Heather for all the work that you've done, especially since this is such an important year for us and we have so many additional events that we need to accomplish. And so I think the work has been great. I'm excited to see the plan moving forward. I think I probably would have liked to see it move a little quicker, but that's okay. We have a plan, we have a communications plan, so I really like the way that the work is coming out now. So thank you to you both for your hard work, and let's hope for a really good candidate coming up. So looking forward to it.
Jenny?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like some of my comments have been addressed, but I also wanted to express gratitude to both Heathers. I appreciate that there is a lot of planning and processes that needed to be evaluated in terms of identifying how we be more intentional with our communication efforts for the community. I also feel like the direction that that this position and the department are moving are really positive, and I'm really hopeful that with having Heather on through October, that we're really going to be able to set our next communications director up for success. And I think that that's perhaps something that's been lacking in the future. So thank you for bringing this forward and being really transparent about processes as well as numbers. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Anything else? No? And would you open the vote?
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 86 passes unanimously.
CR 87.
A resolution approving the First Amendment to the employment agreement between the City of Northglenn and Heather M. Geyer.
Move for approval. Second.
Any discussion? Would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 87 passes unanimously.
CR 88.
A resolution setting the salary of the city clerk.
Second.
Any discussion? Would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 88 passes unanimously.
CR 89. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution amending the City of Northglenn 2019 Personnel Summary.
So moved.
Second.
City Manager Guy, would you introduce the item?
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. CR 89 is the reclassification of the communications manager position to a communications director position. This is not an increase in our FTE count. This is a reorganization upgrade of the existing position.
Any questions? Joanne, would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 89 passes unanimously.
CR 79. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution appointing a Ward 4 member to the City Council of the City of Northglenn, Colorado.
Move to approve.
Second.
We need a name inserted with the motion.
Oh.
Need a nomination. Name.
I nominate Lauren
What's Lauren's?
Rodriguez, right?
Yep.
For the Ward 4 open appointment for city council.
I second that.
Any discussion? Open the vote, Joanne?
Oh, Julie.
I'm sorry.
I just
Julie?
wanted to say one thing. I think that overall, we had amazing candidates that applied to this
Amen.
position, and it really just made me so excited for Northglenn in general that we had so many great candidates who were interested, and I don't know. I'm really looking forward to serving with Lauren and then seeing how the November elections happen, because I think we're going to have a lot of good candidates out there. I don't know. It's exciting to meet all these great people.
Joyce?
I do want to echo those comments and thank everybody that applied for that position. You guys are incredible. That you want to make the city better and move forward, and I applaud you for all the interest you had. So thank you very much.
And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To everybody who applied for Ward 4, thank you so much for your time and your energy, your passion, and your commitment to making this city a better place. It's so inspiring to consistently watch Ward 4 show up for board meetings, to show up for this appointment, and to show up for all of our neighbors, because that truly is what makes our city so special. Our residents truly are our greatest asset. So to the individuals who weren't chosen this evening, I sincerely hope that you look at a board or commission or think about other ways that you might want to get involved. And certainly, if there's anything that I can do or that any other member of council can do to support you in your journey, please let us know, because we want to be there for you. So thank you all so much for applying again, and we look forward to moving forward.
Becky?
For those of you that weren't chosen, the seat is up for election in November. And we talked a little bit when you all were interviewed about whether you were going to run for the seat or not. Keep that in mind, because I think you all were great.
Anybody else? I too want to echo that and say thank you very much. It was a rough night last Monday night with, well, I shouldn't say rough night, it was an interesting night with 15 candidates and all very well qualified. And at the end of the day, we have to decide on one, and it was not an easy process, but we thank each and every one of you. Anything else? Joanne, would you open the vote, please?
The vote is open.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 79 with the name Lauren Rodriguez inserted passes with one abstention from Councilmember Brown.
Did you abstain?
Okay.
I'm Lauren.
Now we will have Lauren Rodriguez come forward and Municipal Judge Balehash be sworn in.
I, Lauren Rodriguez. Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
Do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
The Constitution of the State of Colorado.
The Constitution of the State of Colorado.
The laws of the State of Colorado.
The laws of the State of Colorado.
The Northglenn City Charter.
The Northglenn City Charter.
And the ordinances of the City of Northglenn.
And the ordinances of the City of Northglenn.
And will faithfully perform the duties.
And will faithfully perform the duties.
Of the office of council member.
Of the office of council member.
Of the City of Northglenn.
Of the City of Northglenn.
Upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
Upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Rodriguez, we need you to sign.
You got it.
Need some help with that?
What do I do? She's like it. She's gonna have to voice vote, I think.
Yeah.
What am I doing right now?
I feel you.
What am I voting on? It says close.
Yeah, well, when she opens the vote, the vote is closed, right?
So that's what. Got it.
She's not.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah.
I think we're voting and
She's got it.
You're gonna walk me through it. The mayor will walk me through it. Okay.
Okay, CR 80. Joanne, would you read the title, please?
A resolution for the election of the mayor pro tempore of the City of North Glen, Colorado.
to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Has a hint, can I ask the procedural question?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, when we did the election for the mayor pro tem last time, it seemed to be, in my own personal opinion, throwing out names, and, you know, I'd like to see, is that in our charter, or can we do it a little bit more organized this time?
Ori, can you walk us through that?
The charter simply says that the mayor pro tem is selected by a majority vote of the city council. So it is entirely up to the council how you select the mayor pro tem.
Well, last time, it seemed to me that there was a shout out of names, you know, and then a vote after each one. I would like, I mean, if there are people, there obviously is going to be people on the dais that want the position, I'd like to have them, you know, speak to the position. Is that? Possible or no?
Well, all things are possible, but I think what we need now is a nomination or, we can nominate a number of people,
I'd like to nominate Joyce.
okay?
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations?
Antonio. I'd like to nominate Meredith Leidy.
Meredith Light. Anybody else? Okay. So,
Should we have each of them speak? Is that what you wanted?
Meredith?
Sure.
Joyce?
Sure, I know, it's a short window of opportunity, and I would, be honored to serve as Mayor Pro Tem to assist Mayor Escabel in attending the events and representing our city, especially in the broader Adams County and Metro region. So I would be happy to.
Joyce?
I also would be very happy to serve as Mayor Pro Tem, to help the mayor in any way I can. Also bring my experience as mayor and Mayor Pro Tem from past. So I would be very happy to do that also.
Do we do these in order of nomination, or?
Again, there is no process, so I would suggest that someone make a motion to insert one of the two names into the resolution and then vote on that.
Okay. Well, I thought we did that.
You made a motion to approve the resolution, but without a name in it.
All right, so now I need a motion to enter a name.
Antonio. I move to insert Meredith Leidy into, for Mayor Pro Tem, please.
I second.
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 Motioned and seconded. Open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Do it, girl.
I will close that vote, and CR 80 with the name Meredith Leidy inserted passes with 2 no votes cast by council members Downing and Whitman.
Thank you.
Speech.
No, thank you for your faith in me, and I will represent the city in the best way I possibly can.
Thank you.
Okay, next moves us to discussion item. City Manager Guy?
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. Amanda Peterson, our Director of Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Services, is here tonight to provide our monthly update on the Civic Center Master Plan progress to date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amanda Peterson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture. The last general update we provided to you was in late April. In May and June, we provided you with some more targeted updates on the new Recreation Center, Senior Center, and Theater project regarding the initial guaranteed maximum price and the process we went through to align the project budget with the project estimate. And in in May, we focused on the entitlement process and updating our street name, policy.
We're listening.
It's okay. I just don't want to distract from, would you like me to continue or you want me to give you a minute?
Can you give me just a half
Absolutely.
minute? Thank you. Sorry, Amanda.
No, that's okay. It's hard to jump into that seat and not have
We definitely don't want to
the
waffle,
technical
you know?
piece. So that is perfectly fine. I'm gonna start back at the beginning though, just so I don't miss anything.
Thank you.
And again, I apologize.
No problem. So our last overall project update was in April with some more targeted updates in May and June, focused on our entitlement process and the street naming, the public outreach associated with that, as well as our initial guaranteed maximum price and the process we went through to align the pricing with the budget estimate and making those two things line up with one another. During some of those previous updates, we did hear a few things from council, and some conversation and questions around ADA access to the warm water jetted seating area, some questions about the parking on Memorial Parkway, general site parking, the senior center signage, and the square footage of the leisure pool. Kind of heard some of those through the SD report as well as the more recent updates. Just did want to confirm with all of you that all of those, I believe we've responded to either directly with the council member who brought them up, or they've been incorporated into the drawings, and you'll see those when we bring the design development package forward to you here in October. Since those last updates, we have been working through the design development phase. We have the fourth of 4 staff workshops scheduled for this Thursday, and those are all-day workshops that we've been utilizing since the beginning of the project through schematic design, now through design development, and ultimately through the construction design process, where we're able to sit down with the consultant team and go through all of the questions, all of the responses that they need in order to move forward with the behind-the-scenes architectural design. Once that workshop, that final design development workshop is complete on this Thursday, the consultant team is going to have all the information that they need from us for them to fully develop that design development package. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we will be bringing that package forward to you in October. And it feels like a really long gap, but that's because there's a lot of work for them to do in order to get that ready to bring forward as a final package, with including making progress through the final guaranteed maximum price. So that is going to include another level of detail on the pricing estimates. They're going to continue to talk with with contractors and subcontractors and start lining those up. Those numbers become more and more solid as we go through this process. In the meantime, staff and the team have also been working on, have begun to work on the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, or FF&E procurement process. We have issued bid documents and received back bids on 4 of those: the indoor play area, the fitness room equipment, the building envelope commissioning, and the HVAC commissioning. The consultant team is currently in the process of notifying the selected vendors, and then we'll bring each of those forward to council as appropriate for approval. Many of those FF&E contracts are outside of the scope of our contract with BRS or with Project One, and we contract with those directly, with those vendors directly. Those teams, though, will continue certainly to work together throughout implementation, where Project One is helping us manage which side of the table is that FF&E on? Is it being accounted for through FCI as the contractor, or is it being accounted for through a separate contract? And then on top of that, BRS or Simple Brown as the architects, also making sure that we're not duplicating anything from the FCI side or the city contracting side on the remainder of the FF&E. You look puzzled.
No, I'm not puzzled. But when we did the Justice Center, right? Didn't all the insides, all the cuts, tables, chairs, all of that stuff was all built and incorporated in that original budget, right?
I believe it's all in the original budget,
right?
But a separate contract was awarded for FF&E.
So did we did that when we did the Justice Center too? We funded certain elements of it out.
So that's what we've been referring to as kind of the hard costs and soft costs. Those would be a portion of those soft costs associated with the building, along with the actual design work and permitting and everything else behind the scenes that's not the construction of the building or the construction of the infrastructure.
So that's everything that sits outside of the 42 million?
Correct. Also, during the last month, we've begun the kind of next round of the public outreach process, giving our community the opportunity to provide some much more specific feedback than they had opportunity to during previous rounds. In the past, we initially asked them, do you want a new rec center? Then we asked them, okay, we heard from you that you want a new rec center. What would you like in it? And then we talked about adjacencies, and then we talked about here's what the floor plan generally looks like. Now we're getting into little tiny details of being able to put a variety of leisure pool equipment in front of everyone from a 4 or 5-year-old to a parent or a grandparent in the community and asking what kinds of toys and things they want to be able to interact with and play with in the pool. We really want to hear from kids. When they see a slide, how do they respond to it? They're the ones who are going to be using it. We want to make sure it functions from a safety perspective and a longevity perspective, and that parents' concerns or views are heard. But we also want to know that the kids think it's going to be interesting and fun and engaging. So we have had that process happening over the last couple of weeks as well. We did change our original approach to that public outreach. Originally, that was included as a part of Project One's scope with a subcontractor. Based on the product that we were receiving back and the timelines being met, we did make a choice to go with a different contractor at a much lower cost. Heather Grady has been providing in-house support for that outreach as well. And we have asked for Elizabeth Monahan to provide us just outreach during this first several months. And then that contract will be complete, rather than trying to have that public engagement person handle that from start to finish. It just didn't appear that was in our best interest. It appears we can do this at a much lower cost and a higher level of service by breaking that out and asking Elizabeth to do this section. And there will be several other components throughout the project where we may ask for some assistance from a contractor, and we'll make sure that that's targeted to their area of expertise, and that it makes sense, and we're not asking one large firm to handle everything from start to finish. Elizabeth did conduct the outreach for the pool. She had the opportunity to talk with lots of little tiny guys, as well as parents and grandparents. We got the opportunity to observe those interactions and participate in them. She was very well received by the community. She approached everyone, we thought, very well. She engaged, like I said, day camp kids, as well as parents and grandparents, took really great notes, and is providing us with a great report and feedback and detail on what she heard from each of those, both as narrative anecdotal comments and more objective data. What else do we have here? The other outreach we did, which we did do in-house prior to bringing Elizabeth on board, was the street naming process. You spoke with Eric several months ago. I don't know if it was a month ago at this point, about our street naming process. We've had some names out in the public. Eric and I were at the July 4th Festival talking with people. We had a harder time at that event getting people to give us actual names, but it seemed like they loved talking to us about the project itself. They were curious, they were interested, they were engaged. We heard lots of positive feedback and excitement in the community, so that portion of the feedback was good as well. Some people put very thoughtful answers on the board and went back and did some research and were very willing and interested in sharing their opinions. Others were shied away from adding something publicly, but were willing to put a sticker on the board and vote. And others just said, the naming wasn't as big a deal, but they wanted to have questions answered. They wanted to know when the project was happening, and they were excited about it. Since then, we've also done some outreach on social media on the street naming, as well as in the rec center, which is, I think, where we've actually gotten the most feedback to date. And we'll be bringing a summary of that back on August 5th, along with some recommendations. What else do we have? As we talked about also over the last couple of months, we are submitting a grant application to Adams County Open Space for the outdoor amenities, and that was a piece of how we are aiming to overcome some of that budget shortfall and that difference between the original budget that we have for the project and the original cost estimate that we received from FCI. That application is nearing completion. We have posted a video on social media asking our community to provide us with letters of support. We've also done some other outreach in the community. We've received between 8 and 10 letters to date. 3 letters is the minimum. If I receive any more before Wednesday morning, I'd love to include those as well. Our goal is always to be in excess of the minimum requirement. We know that the Adams County Open Space Advisory Board really loves hearing from the community. I can provide them all of the factual information about the project that they want, and that's a necessary piece, but they really want to know what the community thinks. Those letters, those heartfelt letters, go a long way in helping the board make a decision to provide us with funding for a project. The last couple of items I have, again, the design development package will be formally brought forward to you in October. That will come along with the final guaranteed maximum price. And they'll be working on those between now and then. That design development package will include all the modifications that we talked about through the schematic design process, all of the things we reduced or modified or changed to get to that budget target. And we'll share that design development package with City Council, just like we did the last time, as well as our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, our staff, and any other group who would like to receive that update. Last time we did that with NERA. If they invite me to come do that again, I'd be happy to do so. The other thing I wanted to point out, at this time, we've really been doing the horizontal and the vertical concurrently. So that process has all moved forward together. This is the point when we hit between now and October, those two start to shift into two separate timelines because the infrastructure will go under construction first. So you will start seeing some things come through where it's only the site infrastructure or only the vertical construction, but they go hand in hand. So you'll get the final guaranteed maximum price for the site, and then the final guaranteed maximum price for the building will lag. You'll get a groundbreaking and a start of construction on the site infrastructure with more approvals that'll happen, and then the building going vertical will happen later, as is a necessity for that, for construction to happen. Obviously, what happens underground and horizontally needs to happen first, and that allows us to keep that process moving without getting all the way through, waiting until we're all the way through with the whole design process before we can begin. There have been no change orders issued in either time or cost since the last update was provided, and our next scheduled update is the second regular council meeting in August, on August 26th. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Julie?
So I have a quick question about your public input. So
Yes.
especially for the aquatics features, it was only those folks that were in the rec center at that time, right?
For those ones, and we're looking for impressions, so it's not exact pieces, because we still need to make them, we need the aquatics designer to make them all fit together. So we really wanted impressions from people that were the right age group, that use the equipment, and we got some really great feedback from a ton of people. But we were looking for things like, what types of stuff? Do you want stuff that's overhead, or do you want stuff that's down low? When it's stuff that's down low, what's engaging? What's interesting to one of the kids? The kids were really good at telling us, that looks boring, or that looks really fun, or that squirt gun thing, there's bullies and they don't share it well. And so even though it could be fun, we usually get frustrated with it. So it was that type of feedback, very broad. We talked a lot about theming and wanting to know, one, do you like themes? And the answer was yes. They liked something that they could identify. When we put out possible themes, they actually all got about equal votes. I say votes, input points. We let people put red and green stickers on because it's a really easy way for visually for us and for people to understand of, I like it, it gets a green dot. I really don't like it, it gets a red dot. But it lets us have a picture of what are people drawn to, what are they not drawn to, what do they have concerns about. But it's not a, here's the exact layout, which one should we go with?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. I think the only thing I'm thinking about is there a way to get additional public input via line or some other ways, especially if you just don't happen to be, at, the rec center when you're asking for feedback. Obviously, the kids are really accessible because they're they're not going anywhere. But I mean, especially for some of the other things, I know, indoor playground and preschool playground, obviously those are kids focused and we want to have their opinion on that. But, this is a community project, and so we want to get as much support from the community as possible. in this type of input process. So if there's any way to kind of expand that a little bit more, I think that could be really beneficial.
And we agree, and there's a different approach for each of those outreach opportunities, trying to reach the audience that best fits for each of them. So street naming, it doesn't matter if you've used the facility before or not, you might have a reason to weigh in on that.
Yeah.
And so that went a lot broader. For the preschool playground, we want to make sure we're reaching parents of kids who will be in preschool in a few years. So those might not be people who are currently in the building and might look more to social media as that audience. So we have talked through all of those approaches with Elizabeth and really tried to target it based on the type of input we were looking to receive and who would most likely, how would we best reach the audience that's going to have an impact on.
Yeah, well, and I think it's important to note too that we're really hoping that we bring in a lot of new people who are not currently using the rec center. So we definitely want to get their opinions. My other follow-up question to that is, you did, you talked about your outreach you guys did for the 4th of July for the street naming, and a lot of people like that. Are you planning on having, maybe we don't have to do street naming anymore, but at least a booth or an information booth area where folks could ask more questions at some of the other events this summer?
So we want to make sure that we are absolutely open to that, and we will try to figure out what makes the most sense. Some of our events coming up still this summer tend to draw a more regional crowd, which can be a good opportunity to tell people about a project as a whole. But July 4th definitely is probably one of our most local crowds, and that was part of the reason we targeted that. We're open, though, to sharing information about what we're doing at others. We just want to make sure that it's a good fit and that people are in a place to hear that information.
All right, thank you.
Meredith?
I just wanted to thank you for the updated timeline, but also so impressed with your understanding of this project. The way you explained it was very clear, and I appreciate that too, not only for myself, but for viewers, because this is a huge undertaking, massive, and I feel content knowing that you are on it. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I definitely am leaning on Eric and Nate as the rest of that internal project team, along with the rest of the staff who definitely are all contributing. And our consultant team has been great to work with as well. And when I called them at, I think it was 5:30 this afternoon and said, help me with this one, they were very willing to do that. So everybody's in it together.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. So moving on to the Kiwanis pool update.
Before Amanda begins, Mayor Escobar, I'd like to make a couple comments. I requested that we provide council with an update on the Kiwanis Pool project because the project has been delayed, and that delay is going to continue. This morning, Amanda, Dana, Matthew from DHM, did I get that right? We met with the president of Krish, the general contractor that we hired on this project. And I'm very disappointed at the delay that we're experiencing. Amanda's going to walk you through what's been done to date and why we are experiencing this delay. I want council to know and to understand that it's my priority, our priority at this point to get the project done and for the project to get done in a quality manner, at which point I'll explore further options as a result of the delay. But first and foremost, we need to get the project done. Amanda was in the meeting with me, clearly communicated my disappointment to the general contractor this morning. It's unacceptable. It's not fair to this community, to the children who are looking forward to getting to experience the improvements that are underway at Kiwanis Pool. And so I want you to know that we're doing everything we can. There's certain things out of our control, but at this point, the goal is to get the project finished as soon as possible. But at this point, we're looking at possibly not having the project done until the end of summer, which again is a huge disappointment. And I communicated that to the president of the company this morning. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amanda to walk you through the different challenges we have had on the project and how we're trying to manage those.
So that being said, what's the best response we can give the community, because the community is asking for a response?
That's a great question. And so Amanda, Grady, and I met this morning following the meeting with the president of Krish. And we are in the process of developing facts, talking points on the project. We're also working on putting together information that'll get pushed out on social media, an update that'll go on the website. We're also, Grady is working with Public Works to get a banner which will be posted at the project site, attached to the fencing to help communicate what we're doing and when we hope to have this project wrapped up.
And Heather really provided a brief summary of where we're at today. Obviously, that is never the report we want to stand up here and have to give you. We want all of our projects to stay on time and within the budget that we've allocated and meeting the promises that we've made to you and to the community. In late May, we provided you with an update on our progress. We were having some challenges then, primarily due to a delay in the permitting process as we worked through some things with Safe Built to ensure that the buildings met all, and the way that they were installed met all of the building code requirements. Those were all indeed satisfied before we moved forward, but that delay was on the city side and on Safe Built and was outside of the control of Krishi. And they did ask for an extension in days to account for that. So back in May, I believe it was about May 20th, or it was that week, we came to council. They had an extension in days. I believe it resulted in about 83 days added to the extension. That would have put us at completion by contract around July 20th, which would have been a couple of days ago. They had verbally agreed, though, to complete that project earlier. And oftentimes our contract end date is after a project is completed. We don't generally have a contractor who uses every single one of their allocated days. They had agreed to deliver a complete project at the end of June, which is what we had shared with you during that May update. Since the May update, we have had a couple of additional things come up that are, although challenges to overcome, not necessarily a significant contributor to the current delay. So I'll get to that piece in a moment. Those two that were the buildings were specified appropriately. They were submitted to CXT appropriately. The drawings were signed off on by Safe Built, as they should have been. CXT delivered one of those buildings with single-phase electrical instead of three-phase. So when Excel came to make that connection, they couldn't make that connection with the two buildings having different electrical service, and that needs to be corrected. So from a cost perspective, that's on CXT, and they understand that and are moving forward with a design modification to make that adjustment. From a time perspective, although it wasn't our fault and it wasn't Krishi's fault, it still causes a delay in the process. However, that delay is less than a delay that is within Krishi's contract. The second one is there was a difference in, or discrepancy between the site elevations on the original drawings and that starting point and the site elevations that were done in the field. It is our belief that the design was done correctly, but the contractor, DHM, as the design firm, and Krishi agreed that rather than doing additional, putting those dollars into determining who was wrong and redoing the original survey. They put that effort into making that design work so that they could move forward with construction, and they agreed to work together to resolve that. That also is not a longer delay than the third item, which is the biggest. The biggest issue that we have is one of the subcontractors. Let me back up. This project has a lot of subcontractors, just like lots of projects with skilled trade and with a variety of elements. So they have a subcontractor for concrete, for electrical, for plumbing, and then there's a very specialized pool subcontractor who's responsible for the installation of the splash pad elements. That pool contractor has been delayed. Now, that contract is with Krishy. It's not with us because they're a subcontractor to Krishy. Our contract is with Krishy, and that is the one we will always, that we're going to look to and lean on. We want to be reasonable, but we want the project done. We want the project done in a timely manner, and we don't want to be provided with an excuse. We need to be provided with a very concrete reason for things going beyond a date that was promised to us. At this stage, as Heather said, we did meet with, I met on site with the project superintendent on Thursday to review each of the points. We then met, because we weren't satisfied with the answers that we received on Thursday, and there were some discrepancies between the information we received face-to-face in that meeting and then what I got back in terms of the schedule. We met with their president this morning to further express our frustration and reiterate their commitment by signing a contract with us to complete this project within their 180 days, plus their 83 days that we had agreed to. There was also a short change early on, so it's 83 plus 14, which brought us to that July 20th date. At this point, like I said, we reviewed that schedule from the one they originally submitted us. We've counted out those dates. They have not submitted any requests for weather delays. Although there were weather dates, there are a certain number of them based on historic averages that are already expected to be built into their schedule. So they communicated days of weather to us, but had not asked for any extension due to weather delays. Could they come back to us with some documented weather days that we can go back and reference? They could. I don't think that that's equal to the amount of time they're behind by any stretch of the imagination. But there could be a request for additional days stating weather days and documenting those. They could come back to us on those other two items I mentioned to you, the electrical or the grading, because those were technically outside of their control. However, as I said earlier, neither of those impact the end date of the project because simply the install of the splash pad itself, the timeline they provided us extends far beyond where we've been told the electrical and the grading would come through, and those are two completely different crews who are working on those elements. On kind of the opposite side of it, we've also got the people side. We've got our community, we've got our staff, we've got the communication that goes out to you as a council. So we know that there's an operating impact, not just in revenues or expenditures, but that we haven't been able to deliver on a product that we promised our community, that said that's what we were going to have a newly renovated pool for them this summer. We made that very clear to the contractor back in October. We made that clear to them in early spring when we knew that we were having delays with permitting process. We communicated that to them when we approved the change order, and it has been communicated to them since then as the project manager has been out on site, as I've gone out and met with them. There's no surprise to anyone that there was an expectation that that project was open, and a disappointment and frustration with every delay that's come along the way. We have looked at our hard costs, so our actual operating costs for that facility. As I look at the aquatics budget, we are conservatively estimating that we will be underexpended by about $30,000 in the overall aquatics budget, and we will be under our revenues by about $30,000 as well. So from a hard cost perspective, it doesn't directly impact the overall city general fund budget. But as I said, we know that that's only one small piece of that challenge. The staff were hired for this summer because when we do that process in the mid-spring, we fully anticipated that they would have that project complete for us and that we would need our lifeguards and cashiers out there on site starting Memorial Day weekend. We have tried to use those staff as well as we could. We took advantage of an opportunity to do more training with our newer lifeguard instructors, giving them the opportunity to be partnered, to be in the indoor pool, to have more experienced lifeguard instructors teaching next to them. We brought some of those outdoor lessons inside when we could. We tried to fill in those gaps at the indoor lessons, although we weren't able to serve everyone, and we know we weren't able to serve everyone. But where we could add a program or provide an opening at an indoor lesson versus an outdoor lesson, or bring a party indoors, we did that for those community members. We also did use those staff to fill in for vacations and meet other staffing needs throughout the season. So they didn't get no hours, but we know that they were disappointed because everyone didn't get the full number of hours that they would have liked to have had and that they thought they had at the beginning of the summer. As the city manager already mentioned, we did meet with Heather Grady this morning about that communications plan and how we can make sure we're providing a clear message to the community now that we just received the schedule that said we're not going to be done late on Thursday afternoon, early evening. Up until that point, we thought they were going to come through for us even as late as they were. I was very disappointed when I received the schedule in my hand that I did that night. So the banner is going to be printed in-house. I believe Heather talked to the streets crew this morning. Heather Grady spoke with the streets crew this morning, who operates our in-house sign printing. They will have that completed this week, and we will get that up as soon as it is available. We will also put out information on social media, Connection, which although normally would have gone out by this time, we're waiting for some other information from tonight. So there is still opportunity to put that in for tomorrow morning. And obviously the website and other means of communicating with our community and our users. We're going to continue to provide project oversight. We will continue to manage the contractual obligations that the general contractor has with us to complete this project. We will continue to communicate with you and with the community. And we will push that contractor to deliver a high-quality product that was as specified. We don't want to rush through and get a lower-grade product either. We want to make sure that that product is meeting all of the building code requirements that Safe Built will inspect. We also have Vortex, on board. They are the provider of the actual splash pad equipment. They are inspecting that equipment installation as well to ensure that it is done correctly and to specification. We certainly don't want the contractor to take any shortcuts on any of those elements because we want this. Although we want it to be open now, I want it to be in good shape 5 years from now as well, and that we don't ever look back and go, eek, we missed that. We didn't get that detail taken care of. We were rushing through it. So we will expedite their process, but we also need to make sure that they're doing a quality job and that all of those inspection points are carried through as well. I know I want to apologize to you and to the community that we haven't gotten this done yet. I know staff feels the same way. And our goal is always to meet the targets that are set. And unfortunately, we did not in this case. So at this point, we want to ensure we get a complete project that is well done, and we will continue to provide you updates. We did ask the contractor, we would love an updated deadline, confirmation of when you can be done. It doesn't sound feasible without there being shortcuts that we don't want them to take. If they can get something done sooner and get it done right, we will certainly accept that and we will communicate that to you. But as of right now, it does not appear that we will be able to get that project done before our traditional end of the season. Yes.
Okay, when you have a big project like this, then there's a warranty period afterwards, right?
That is correct.
So by the time they get the pool and all that stuff done, we'll be talking about getting, September.
Yes.
Just doing the math. September, we're gonna roll into fall, and we may not be able to really realize whether we have issues with our warranty or not. Are they going to make some enhancements to that so that we're covered next year?
We did not talk about that this morning because we're not there yet. I'm going to turn it over to Corey to interject, and then Amanda, you can jump in. I think that's something we need to look at. But first and foremost, today we're focused on, can we get the project done sooner than later?
Yeah, and I would just say this, what you heard from staff is an update about wanting to get the project done. I've evaluated portions of the contract. We will address our contract remedies later. There are liquidated damages provisions in this contract. Certainly the warranty provisions are significant. But I think that's secondary to getting the project done in a quality manner.
My heart is broken. It really is.
Marcy?
Are you done, Becky?
Yeah, I'm crying.
So Amanda, I can see that this is weighing on you for sure, and all of staff, so I appreciate that. I think, most of us would say that this is like one of those walkable recreations that many kiddos, their parents feel safe, like letting their kids walk to this pool and they hang out during the day, and so it is a real bummer that it hasn't been open. So I hope the contractor realizes that. And there's nothing better than him to come here and be in the hot seat and listen to us yell at him, so he can feel free to show up. So I also just wanted to say thank you so much for answering so many of the questions that I've received from residents. You kind of nailed them all in the email. The one that I just wanted to touch on, because I did assure this resident I was going to call him back, could you just speak to, or at least say and clarify, so we're going to cover our bases and make sure that it's like extra inspected given the issues and that there's no cutting the corners. In the email I did put that a resident who is an architect feels that there's an issue. And so is that something that you'll be sure that we bring up with Safe Builds? And
It was actually part of the reason for the initial delay was confirmation that the approach taken to the foundation met all of the requirements within the state of Colorado from a building code perspective and the code that we're operating under. We did have an additional review done by an independent engineer who agreed that the foundation as designed was appropriate for the type of building that was set on that foundation.
But did they, I'm not asking you to give me the official answer right now, but I just want to make sure that as we're continuing to go through this process and evaluating, that we're making sure that they followed that. I get that it was designed, and if there's question that maybe they didn't follow that, I just want to make sure that we're really double checking.
Absolutely. I mean, I am confident Safe Built will never issue a CO without it meeting every detail that is within that plan set, that they agree meets the code requirements. So it's really both sides of it. If they spend so much time on the drawings and making sure that those are correct, because that's exactly what they then hold them to, and that plan set is there in hand, and they are going through piece by piece to ensure that it was designed correctly and it was installed exactly how it was designed.
And then just one last question. I think we usually do like a end of year pool party, movie, float and tube kind of thing. Is there any way that we can accommodate that inside and maybe run it for 2 weeks and, 2 Fridays or whatever to account for extra people?
We do a couple of things year end. Throughout the season, we do the once a month free nights out at Kiwanis. During our last culminating event is actually usually for dogs.
Yeah, I figured that one was
So
really
that
out.
one we can't do on the indoor pool, or we'd have to drain it.
off the rest of the pool and they only get this part.
The health department kind of frowns on that.
I figured that one was out, but.
But yes, we'd be open to doing some sort of indoor event if council would like us to do that. The indoor pool, as we've talked about with the process of moving towards a new facility, isn't the most exciting space for leisure swim, but we're certainly willing to talk about what we could do for our community that would maybe be one little piece to help acknowledge what they haven't had this summer.
I think it would be great if council considered, like, being able to do the movie. It's, I think that's doable in there, and it doesn't have to be terribly exciting.
Yep.
You have a comment, Julie?
I actually have a question. And so my question is, so the original completion date was June 20th. Is that correct?
The original completion date, I'm going to look at my calendar just to
Okay.
make sure, because I've thrown out so many dates that I don't want to get them wrong. So the initial notice to proceed was issued on October 15th.
Okay.
The initial 180 days ended on April 13th.
Okay.
They added a change order that's added 14 days, and this was very early in the process, that started on April 14th and ran for 14 days, which took them through April 27th. April 28th started the 83-day edition.
Okay.
That 83-day timeline ended on July 20th.
July
So
20th.
they had told us they would be finished on June 20th, but technically by their contract, they had through July 20th to
Okay.
complete that work.
So I guess my question is, so on June 20th, or any time towards the past month, when did you guys realize it wasn't going to happen? Because I'm just kind of concerned about, the timeline. Is there any way that we could have put out this communication a little sooner for folks? Because a lot of people were just like, what's going on? And no one really knew what was going on. So like, how could we have made that communication a little better?
In the last 2 weeks, I would say we've had a moving target.
Okay.
Where we were promised some more expedited work that really became apparent on Thursday when I went on site that they were not going to get there.
Okay.
That it just wasn't going to happen. They were much more optimistic prior to that.
Okay.
And so even though it's been a long time coming and we've seen those delays and we've been asking about those delays, it wasn't until this last week that it was confirmed that they were not going to hit a reasonable target.
So there wasn't really a lot of room for earlier communication about this project.
There was not. We were focused on the electrical piece and the grading piece and felt like those were the delays. And it wasn't until we really pushed the super to say, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because we were talking about when are you going to get those two things done, trying to pin down a specific day with him. And then he looked over at the pool contractor and said, but they're not done. And so the pieces we were focusing on had a much more immediate turnaround that we thought was going to get resolved here very quickly.
Yeah.
The piece that wasn't being talked about by the contractor was their subs timeline and
All right.
how much of an impact that was going to have on us. When they told us their completion date, I was baffled because that had not come up previously.
So I think hindsight being 20/20, I'd really like to hear, and it doesn't have to be now, but an evaluation from staff about, is there anything we could have done different? Is there maybe some contractors we don't want to work with in the future? Or what are we going to do when we're doing another project similar to this or in general? I mean, I'm glad that you guys were able to really communicate effectively that this is unacceptable. And so
you know, I just love to hear about how.
My only caution is I'd wait to do that until after I do my evaluation because I think there are a lot of significant problems. The general contractor is responsible for their subcontractor.
Yeah.
Period. But we want to get the project done before we look at those issues.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else?
Not how I wanted you to end the meeting.
I have 100 questions.
There were a lot of really great things earlier.
I'm just curious, has this contractor been utilized by us before?
I don't believe that we have ever used Krishy Construction before, but we do have a bidding process that asks them to provide projects of similar size and scope that they did provide. There is a reference check procedure, and we didn't, at the time that contract was awarded, we didn't have any reason not to award to who we believe to be the lowest qualified bidder.
One of the big words that moves around in the the contract circle and the political circle is vetting. Was he properly vetted? Has he ever done this before for anybody else? And what was the result there? And the other point that I want to make is the oversight. It seems like a lot of time lapsed until we've realized that July 20th is here and nothing's done. And I've got, several calls from the community in just the 20-plus days that I've been mayor. What are you doing about this? Well, I'm not doing anything. I didn't even know this problem existed.
And I
So
agree
in terms
that
of timelines, did you not have any warning that this wasn't going to happen?
we knew there were delays. We did not realize the extent of them. And as we look back and with the project management, we will approach that differently in the future in terms of identification of those delays and comparing that back to their contractual obligations and making sure that they are aware of that early. And there's a process to working, as the staff is trying to work with the contractor, their goal is to get the project done. They want to make sure that, they want that contractor to work hand in hand with them. They want it to be, yes, there's a contractual obligation, but there's also a practicality of making sure that that working relationship is functioning really well. Obviously, in this case, it wasn't, or those commitments that had been made would have been followed through on. So we have to hold them to that and recognize that earlier in this process. Luckily, we don't experience it to this degree. There's often, and you always run into construction unknowns, and we handle them and we move through them. In this case, what we were told did not come to fruition, and we needed to have caught that earlier.
Anybody else? Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Moves us to communications. Can we start with you, Jordan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say congratulations to our new member, our new council member, Rodriguez, and to Mayor Pro Tem Leidy. Thank you for stepping up during these few weeks.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
I'm glad to have you.
I'm doing a lot of teaching.
You're a good girl.
Oh, I've been there. It takes some time. Don't worry about it.
All right.
So, what was I thinking? Oh, I have expressed my frustration with both Chief May and with Heather about the 4th of July. I was looking at the report of how many fireworks summonses were written per ward, and that was embarrassing. If we are going to set a campaign forward and put money behind signs and the time it takes to drive them around and stick them in the ground, we look like a laughing stock if we're not going to enforce it. And I know I said something similar a year ago, but I was living in what felt like a war zone in Ward 1, and 3 tickets were written. And we have to do something about it. The residents that have complained, the neighbors that have talked to me personally, it really was disappointing, and so we need to do something. So I just needed to say it again, because it was something that really, really, really bothered me.
We had 3 days to find the people that were shooting them off at our house.
Oh,
So I was
I
getting
walked-
really, really frustrated.
I walked by huge parties. 50 people, huge bombs going off, right next to Fox Run Parkway. There was not a cop in sight for hours on end. And I know we've talked about it, but it was embarrassing.
Mayor Escabel, may I just briefly interject a couple of thoughts for council's consideration? Chief May is going to be providing council with a police department update at our next regularly scheduled meeting. That update's going to include more information on fireworks enforcement and response. I think we need to have a conversation with council about what exactly does enforcement look like. Unfortunately, I had communicated to council that there was going to be proactive fireworks enforcement. What that meant was you were going to see patrol vehicles in neighborhoods. However, the reality of 4th of July evening was our resources were primarily focused on the park and the thousands of people and their safety, as well as the other patrol vehicles that we had available were responding to priority 1 and 2 calls. So the other complicating factor in all of this, and this is not an excuse, I'm just sharing additional information that I've gotten since the 4th of July holiday. Thornton, I would say, did not do a great job in coordination of their traffic plans for their fireworks show. Their fireworks show was delayed. They diverted significant traffic on 112th westbound into, they were in the intersection of York Street, and I've learned that our police department had to step in and assist with that traffic control. So that was not good coordination, and I've expressed to Chief that my expectation is that there is good coordination next year. A couple other pieces. We enhanced the language and put the $2,650 fine on our fireworks signs this year. Chief is working with Corey to figure out what we can do at a local ordinance level from an enforcement perspective. The other piece of this is proving the party that's shooting the fireworks off. Chief and I have talked about Fox Run subdivision specifically and what the police department can do in outreaching to Fox Run and doing more proactive outreach in advance, so not June, months in advance of the 4th of July holiday, because quite frankly, I know from my personal experience as a resident of Fox Run, it's not just the 4th of July holiday, although that's when you see what Councilmember Leidy described, that you hear fireworks starting as early as June, and honestly, sometimes periodically throughout the year. So, you had expressed to me zero tolerance approach. I think we tried to do the best we could. This year, from what I gather and what I know firsthand, that didn't meet expectations, and we will put a better plan together moving forward into next year. We need our residents' help and assistance in making this a successful campaign. Again, because you have to be able, an officer has to be able to prove that an individual was setting off fireworks. That does make it difficult, but I think we can find some creative ways to outreach to our community in really reinforcing that we have a zero tolerance approach, and for very valid reasons. So this conversation in my mind is going to continue into the fall in trying to find different steps that we can take to better prepare for next year.
Yes, I'm done. My rant is over.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, there's a lot to.
Thank you very much. A lot to learn.
A lot to learn, but I know you do
Patient.
it. Anyway, just a couple things. First of all, I attended the Ralston House fundraiser over at the Hideaway last night, along with many of our council people here. It was a great event, and just thank you from the board, for all your support. I mean, it's all going towards a good cause, and helping the kids. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. The other thing I just want to let everybody know, I did attend the Small Cities Conference. And it was very, very informational, and I've got a lot of information to bring to the city manager. We're going to talk about some of the things that we might be able to use. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
I went to the volunteer appreciation dinner, which was fun. And the hail all hit, and the cups started getting filled up, and that was fun. I mean, I really do enjoy going to that event because there are so many residents that are volunteering. And he looked around the room, and I really, I appreciate our senior citizens so much just normally. To look and see the majority of our volunteers that came to that dinner were senior citizens, and the pride that they put in their volunteer work and everything, it was great. I really did enjoy that. The food was marvelous. And then I did Ralston House dinner last night, which was always good. It's always a reality check for me that I have a really good life, and I'm very blessed. And I think that's really, that's all I have.
Welcome.
Thank you.
City staff, city manager, will do everything they possibly can to get you up to speed.
Thank you very
So she'll be
much.
in touch, and, everything will start flowing pretty easily. Everybody here we're all in this together, so we're all here to help you. Without spending a whole lot of time on all the things that I did do in the last 28 days. It's been a very busy time. I've made a lot of interesting relationships, and it's been a lot of fun. I want to echo what Councilman Meredith Leidy said about the 4th of July. I think, I've always say this over and over again, education is the key. I don't care what you're trying to do. If you educate the public, you have a better chance of succeeding. We have veterans suffer from post-traumatic stress. We have dogs that are aides to some of these veterans. Dogs who just can't stand all that noise. Seniors who can't stand all that noise. I think we need to do a better job of doing that. So, you got your hands full for next year because it needs to improve. It's sad when we say that we're going to fine somebody up to $2,600, and we get 10 citations or 8 citations, and there's fireworks going off like crazy. On the signs, is there a timeline to pick those signs up off of the city right away?
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. City staff, I believe, has gone through and picked up the signage in city right-of-ways. If we've missed some, certainly I can have staff go back and take a look. But I think anecdotally, from what I've seen, most of the signs are picked up. So I do know that some residents have the signs remaining in their yards, and certainly that's completely up to them, how long they want to keep them up. From an enforcement perspective, we're still enforcing. If we receive a complaint, we'll send an officer out. Again, part of that challenge lies in proving, being able to identify the individual who's setting the fireworks off.
Code enforcement is patrolling our neighborhoods. I see Northglenn vehicles going up and down Huron Street, and the signs are still there. Between Red Drive and 112, I probably see at least 10 signs. And they're in the right of way.
Okay, I will have staff look at that. Thank you.
And so if it exists there, it probably exists someplace else. I don't know. Just one thing.
Oh,
I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve.
What'd you do this last week?
I didn't.
Because you're about to get really busy.
I know, that's fine. I just am happy to learn from all of you. Thank you.
But you didn't expect to have to get up here
No,
tonight.
Nobody warned you.
Okay, so a couple updates from me, starting with the Anythink Library. The Anythink 2.0 document that they are kind of working from identified that they wanted to look at 3 different types of libraries in their 2.0 plan. Those were a cultural library, a community library, and a career library. At their last meeting here this last week, the board decided to move forward in pursuing their cultural library, which is going to be a combination project with the city of Thornton, located off of 136th in Quebec. It's 139 acres with open space, and that will be their cultural location, estimate of 100,000 square feet. I'm really going to try saying this, but you can correct me when I'm wrong. Ayler?
You said it.
Okay. The Ayler property is what that one is referred to. It's been something that has been in their plans for quite some time, so completely anticipated that that would move forward. It is a great opportunity for the North End as part of that community. The second one is their community library, which has been identified for quite some time. They've had a memorandum of understanding with Reunion to open a 40,000 square foot library, and so that project will likely be moving forward. And then lastly, they are considering a career library, which would need to be a partnership program to identify another location. The board was pretty impressed with locations that were presented by our Economic Development Office here in Northglenn, and board gave approval to their director to continue conversations and seeing if she can garner some partnerships in the community to be able to bring that forward. It would be a wonderful opportunity for Northglenn to be able to feature that career library for sure, and the opportunities. Busy time for Anythink. They are also celebrating their 10th anniversary of their Anythink brand, and as part of that, you probably heard on the news that they were out in the community meeting with neighbors, knocking on doors, sharing with the neighbors about some of the programming that they have, and I think they're going to continue doing that a couple more times. So please welcome them and hear about all of the cool things that they are doing. Another one that they are partnering with is for farmers markets. So from now to October 9th, you have an opportunity to either go to the Huron branch on Tuesdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or Wright Farms, which is the one at 120th and Holly, from 3 to 6:30, and they are hosting a farmers market in conjunction with Tri-County Health. They are WIC and SNAP. They are accepting WIC and SNAP, so both of them are accepted, and they do have someone on site that is able to talk with individuals who might need to apply for programming. I heard that they are giving like a big bag, and you fill it for one price, and all of the produce that you can think of to get into that bag. And Wright Farms did sell out last week. So that is telling us that it's a great program. I did encourage and mention to Heather that possibly we can get connected with Tri-Health next year to look at maybe a location for maybe the marketplace. Great location there. Okay, and then my last 2 things. Just a reminder for all those folks who have been storing their electronics. August 17th is the electronic recycling, and I just want to be clear that you do need to like book an appointment, slate a time. It's basically you pick a time and you pull up at the center for Adam. It's off of 124th behind the Target, and then they unload it out of your car. But components that we don't want in our dumpsters and or sitting around the city. And then the last thing is the Northglenn Community Foundation has been collecting school supplies and backpacks to get those stuffed and provided to a precious child. I think if you could just get us your stuff by the 30th, we should be good to be able to get those stuffed. If you can't get to City Hall, the Justice Center, or the Rec Center, please reach out, and I would be happy to stop by and pick it up from you. It goes a long ways to being able to get those bags stuffed. And then lastly, I just wanted to say thank you to the Northglenn senior organization who provided a very generous donation to the Northglenn Community Foundation to buy bags and supplies. So thank you to the NSO. It goes along.
Quick question for Marcy. Is there any particular supplies that you guys need more than anything else?
Can I just reach out to Amanda because I haven't seen the supplies yet, real quick?
I might have the list memorized by this point because we bought so many of them. But the list is posted on each of the bins.
Okay.
We have enough supplies to fill all of the backpacks, but one of the things we could really use more of are some extra backpacks to fill with supplies that people bring in and donate, and we will make complete backpacks out of those. But we never have any extra, I shouldn't say any, we don't usually have as many extra backpacks as we do get extra supplies. So that would be helpful.
Great,
Thank you.
All right, my update tonight is about Dr. Cog, so that's the Denver Regional Council of Governments that we are a part of. We have a final vote next month to approve our TIP plan. So Joyce sat on that subcommittee for us, and so that process will be ending next month, finally. We do have a board workshop on August 23rd and 24th, which I'll be attending. And then I just found out last Wednesday that Northglenn will be the city highlighted next month. So Heather, I need to reach out to you to figure out which staff member is going to come down and talk about all the great things going on in Northglenn. These are great presentations that all of the cities have been doing just to highlight the exciting stuff that's going on. It's a great way for us to figure out what's happening around town and what are some ideas we could steal. And then finally, as most people might not know this, but Dr. Cog isn't only just about transportation, it's also our area agency on aging. And so one of the things we talked about last Wednesday was how many cities are doing aging assessments. So as many of us have probably seen from various meetings we've been at, we have those graphs showing the demographic changes in the metro area that we're going to be expecting to see, and a huge wave of boomers are aging. And so the big question is, how are cities preparing for this booming aging population? And of course, housing is a huge concern, but I think it's also important to think about other things. So how are we making sure these seniors are fed and they're getting the nutrition that they need? How are we making sure that they are able to get some transportation to go to places that they need to go? So I reached out to Heather to see if that is something that our city could do, an aging assessment to figure out where our gaps are, where we could kind of fill in as needed, because we are expected, as all of the other cities, to see a huge increase of our seniors. We love our seniors. We want to make sure that they're happy, they have a great quality of life. So we really need to make sure we serve those as that changes. And that's it for me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of updates from me this evening. First, congratulations, Lauren.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, I do too.
Ward 4, we will be working together very soon to identify our next ward meeting location and date, so stay tuned for that. Watch your mailboxes for more information. Also, congratulations to Councilmember Leidy on your new role as Mayor Pro Tem. And then I also wanted to say thank you to Council for approving the Colorado Communities for Climate Action policy agenda. The organization has led some pretty tremendous work in the last legislative session, and I have a full document that I'll share that highlights each of those wins of the legislature for each of you to consider as we look at funding and budget priorities for 2020. So stay tuned for that. I did attend the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I unfortunately wasn't able to stay the whole time, but that was Thursday, July 11th, and the board spent some time talking about the Parks Master Plan review, capital improvement recommendations, and 2020 budget recommendations. And then the Croak Reservoir Subcommittee is still meeting, and the next meeting for that group is this Thursday, and I believe that that'll be held at the Justice Center. And then the last thing that I wanted, well, two things I want to share. One is you all should have received an invitation via Jenny Murphy for a cleanup day on August 25th, which is a Sunday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Church of God is going to be pulling together some of their young members to do a cleanup of Croak Reservoir. So if you're able to join, I know that would certainly mean a lot to them. And I think it's a great way to make sure that our community is spick and span and shining. And then finally, I know that we're coming up on election season. And so I just wanted to make a quick note to folks that are considering running for office or who may have already filed, that it's not allowed for you to be utilizing the city's logo. The logo is trademarked, and the use of the logo can be really misleading and interpreted to mean that the city is endorsing you as a candidate, and that's not something that the city's allowed to do. So I just wanted to reinforce that you shouldn't be using the city logo on any of your campaign materials. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I do have one quick item. Piggybacking on the election item, the coordinated election IGAs that were approved by resolution earlier in the meeting will allow the city to participate in a coordinated mail ballot election with both Adams County and Weld County. That's great for staff because we believe that coordinated mail ballot elections increase voter turnout, they minimize voter confusion, and are definitely more cost-effective than if the city conducted their own separate election. So for all of those reasons, thank you for approving those IGAs tonight. And then on the other side of that, for any candidate or any resident who is interested in being a candidate this November, I would encourage them to stop by the city clerk's office or also look at the 2019 candidate manual that's available on the city's website. The nomination petition process starts on August 6th. So please take a look at that information to prepare yourselves for what the election process involves. And that's all.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Escabel. Welcome, Councilmember Rodriguez. As the mayor indicated, various staff members will start reaching out to you tomorrow to provide you with necessary onboarding, yet at the same time not try to overwhelm you. So we'll probably provide it to you in bits and pieces, but we'll outreach to you tomorrow. Thank you to council for your support on the contract amendment that came before you this evening, approving my merit increase. As I've expressed to council previously, I'm honored to be here. I love this community and look forward to continuing to serve Northglenn. One housekeeping item that I do need to ask council for this evening is Susan sent an email on my behalf just recently. I'm trying to reschedule the third workshop for the strategic planning session. Part of the reason why this is bouncing back and forth is I'm trying to get as many members of council at this third session as possible. So there's 2 dates that I'm trying to vet with that Heather Bergman's available, and those dates are August 22nd and August 28th. I've heard from a few, Susan's heard from a few of you. There's an email in your inbox. If you can please respond to Susan, I need and hope to make a decision in confirming which date's possible before I leave for vacation on Friday. If I'm not able to do this before Friday, I'm going to have to put it on hold and then reevaluate when I get back from vacation, which I don't want to do. So, Councilmember Rodriguez, I'll reach out to you via email and let you know what those dates are and what that all involves. Well, I mentioned the dates, August 22nd and August 28th, but I really need to keep this moving forward. So if you could please respond to Susan and let us know when you're available, I'd appreciate it. And that's all I have this evening.
Lori?
Last Tuesday, I attended an update from the city's opioid litigation attorneys, along with all of our other metro partners that are also part of the opioid litigation. The case continues to proceed nationwide. Nothing significant has happened worth reporting. It's a very long process, but if anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to respond offline. But suffice it to say that cities across the state of Colorado are going to be getting information from the court in Ohio about the status of the case for those that aren't participating. We are participating, and if there's any information any of you need, I'm happy to provide it to you.
Okay, last item is public invited to be heard, 3 minutes per speaker. Comments shall be related to an item previously addressed by the council during this meeting. Do we have anybody who would like to come forward, address the council?
I did notice that Leslie Kirk was our ex-city council member.
Well, seeing none,
Big old hello.
we're adjourned. Thank you very much.